global thermonuclear war.
Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat. And what are we doing today? We're doing HackerFrogs after school. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So today is Wednesday. We are currently on a 2 stream-a-week schedule, and we've got Web App Wednesdays and Variety Fridays. So if you ever wanted to take a look at the schedule for our HackerFrogs live streams, they're over here on the official Reddit. And yeah, let's talk a little bit about what we're doing today. It's a little bit too big. Okay, so typically we do a bunch of topics each time we do one of these live streams, and today we're doing 5 topics. That's going to last around 6 hours or so, maybe 6.5. And the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing our warm-up topic. We're going to be doing a bit of gaming, and we're going to be playing a puzzle game. It's called Void Stranger. So Void Stranger is it's a very, very fun puzzle game, and there's a lot of hidden secrets inside of it. If you ever wanted to take a look, I think it sells for around $15 Canadian. That's around, I don't know, like $10 American right now. maybe a little bit more. Anyways, if you ever wanted to get a copy yourself, you could do so at this link. What else are we doing today? So that's the first topic of today. Second topic, we're going to be doing a Linux CTF demo. So they've got CTF Labs over at the HackMyVM .eu website. The war game is called Hades, and we've been working through these. They're kind of Linux CTF puzzles, and we're going to be going through 4 of those levels today. And yeah, so that's going to be the second hour. In the third hour, we're going to be doing some new CTF puzzles over at BataMladen, and this is a new CTF site that I've I only learned about it last week. But if you ever wanted to take a look, you can do it over here. And Dak says unsubbed. Unsubbed. I wonder why. But anyways, let's go back. All right, so BataMladen, that's going to be the third hour. In the fourth hour, we're going to be doing PortSwigger Labs. We're going to be learning about a new topic, and the topic is called prototype pollution. So prototype pollution is a type of JavaScript vulnerability, and we're going to be learning how to take advantage of this particular vulnerability in these labs. That's going to be topic number 4. And yeah, so the last thing we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing our free hacking topic, and that's going to be Standoff 365. We're going to be working through their Bootcamp Network. This is a network of vulnerable Linux machines that we're going to be trying to attack. And yeah, so that's going to be in the 5th and 6th hours of today's stream. So let's go ahead and start our first topic. It's going to be Let's do 70 minutes of that. It's been a while since I've gotten back to this puzzle game. I really enjoy it, and I hope you like it too. Ben says, I don't know if Doc SH unsubbed or if they just said unsub for attention, because a lot of people do that. Do they? I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess we'll see if they ever come back. But it's fine either way. Some people don't like the stream. Some people like the stream. It's completely up to them. All right, so we've got our timer on the board, and let's go ahead and start into our warm-up topic, which is gaming. So this is Void Stranger. Let's put it on the screen. Doc says, hey, I was kidding. I'm not too sure why you said unsubbed. Was it something I said? Thank you very much for subscribing, Marianka. Marianka, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the game. I think I've got the audio set up, hooked up to this thing. You should be able to hear the music now. Okay, let's go back, resume the game. So this is a game where you have to navigate a bunch of puzzles, push a bunch of blocks, other good stuff like that. And let's see. Yeah. I think the music might be a bit loud for my taste. Let me turn it down just a smidge. That's a little bit better. Okay, so we've come across an interesting level here because previously in the game we saw some sort of a mural with a setup, with a certain setup for these blocks. And let me show you what that looks like. So over here, oh, hold on. Let me take away the overlay for a second. So we saw over here, in the game, we saw this this pattern on this mural over here. I think what we need to do is we need to set up the blocks so that it looks like this pattern. We're supposed to get some sort of secret from that. Tyler Ramsby, hello. What is up? Thank you very much for coming by. Hey, did you know, everybody, that Tyler Ramsby is a cybersecurity content creator? Let's give them a shout out. So their channel on Twitch is called Hack Smarter. Is it hack_smarter? Oh, it is. Okay, great. Okay, and Bunty Nation, hello, nice to see you here. All right, so let's go ahead and start our puzzle game. So we need to make this pattern with the blocks in the game. Let's go ahead and get into there. So first thing we need to do is we need to hold on. First thing we need to do is we need to clear out all of these monsters, and the monsters are the hand guys. So maybe push this over here, and then push to get rid of these guys. Push this. Well, take these stairs away. Oh, there's no place to put the stairs, though. Push it down. Okay. So one other great feature about this game is that you're able to take tiles away and put them down in other places. That helps you solve a lot of these puzzles. So let's push this down and this over. And we can start getting rid of some of these other guys over here, like these guys and these guys. And so we're just trying to clear out the monsters on this level first. And Samir, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And thank you very much for subscribing earlier. Smile13 Relax, thank you. Okay. Let's get rid of this guy. Oh, you know what? I think I screwed up, because I don't think there's any way for me to get rid of this guy on this row here. So I'm just going to reset the level. Bird you stab? I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. How do I convince my bank to pay for in-game purchases? How do I convince my bank to pay for in-game purchases via email? I don't know if I can help you there. Okay. Move these guys. We'll put the stairs away. Move this over here. Okay, so we can get rid of all the monsters now, or at least I think we can. Let's see. Game of War Fire Age is expensive. It's illegal to use cheats because it's online. Listen, we don't advise people how to do any sort of criminal activity over here. So if that's where you're getting at, we can't help you. Okay. Move this stuff up. I think we can start getting rid of these statues too, because we don't necessarily need to... Well, Actually, no, we don't really need to get rid of the statues, because they'll all disappear after the monsters are dead. That's part of the game. I want to convince my bank to pay for in-game purchases, but I don't have my debit card information. I don't think we can help you with that, unfortunately, Bird. And thank you very much for following R34sec on Twitch. Thank you very much. Samir asks, is this bug bounty? We're not doing bug bounty right now. We're just doing a warm-up topic. And our warm-up topic is going to be playing some puzzle games. Okay, so we've gotten rid of all the enemies. So what we need to do now is we need to set up our grid. Okay, Bird says, how does the video programming? I'm not too sure what you're asking for here. Let's see. Yeah, we're just going to be warming up for the first hour with a little puzzle game. Bird says uploading a video would be fun. What kind of video are you talking about? Okay, so let me demonstrate what we're trying to do now. So what we're trying to do now is we're trying to make this pattern. So how do we... I guess we need to move the blocks around. Let me pull it up on my other screen. Okay, Bird says, I want to know how to make a video by uploading image. I don't follow you, unfortunately. I don't understand what you're trying to say. And thank you very much for subscribing, Minka Tsai. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Just a second. All right, so let's make the pattern here. So it's supposed to be 2 in the corner. Like this, and then on the next row, it's supposed to be 1 on each side. So there's 1 on each side and then 2 in the middle. And there's supposed to be 6 in the middle over here. This is getting a bit complicated. Okay, Particle to Do. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so let me just grab this. We're supposed to put 6 up in... So this is supposed to be here. This is supposed to be blank. So we'll just take 1 away here. Okay, Andre says, do you do API hacking? We did API hacking in a previous stream, I think last week. If you go back, and if you search for API hacking on my YouTube channel, you should be able to find it. Okay, so this stuff is supposed to be not here. Can remove it. Oh, you know what? I see a problem. So this isn't supposed to be here. Neither is this one. So let me... Okay, we're getting close. So I just need to put 2 more beside this one here. Bird, why are you asking about making music videos? I'm not too sure what you're really asking for. Okay, so this can go away. Okay, this is very close. So the last thing we need to do is we need to grab the stairs. Okay, so we created the pattern. Now we can drop in and get our secret thing. All right, what's going on here? So we got, you acquired a strange sword. The ornate design makes it rather cumbersome to use. Who knows? Maybe it'll come in handy in the long run. It looks like some sort of, it's a boss fight. Can we hit it with our sword? I guess we can kill these monsters with the sword. So we avoid that. Let's kill the monsters. Particle Deduce says, can you throw the hands? I mean, we can destroy the hands. If we bump into the hands, they well, they're monsters and they kill us. So we're just gonna get rid of the hands. Uh-oh. Oh, we can't move into the monster either without getting killed. Let's kill the monsters. We'll wait for it to expose its head. Okay. Oh, so we can't reach the monster now because it's out of reach. So we can build a little platform. Uh-oh. Alright. Live and learn. Get rid of the monsters. Wait for it to open its mouth. I guess we need to watch this monster pretty closely. Alright, kill the monsters. HackMyVM, wow, that's a great name. And hello, Ian Mendez. Great to see you here. Savian Music, hello, nice to see you here as well. So we're gonna wait until the monster opens its mouth. Oh, the mouth needs to be completely open. And Lokia Boo, hello, nice to see you here. Hit the monster, get out of the way. Rob Vo, hello, nice to see you here as well. We need to wait until it opens its mouth. Need to get out of the way. Uh-oh. We trapped ourselves. Uh-oh, I think we're dead. Okay, Zeno Tesedo. Hello, nice to see you here. And AFAC Communication says, how is Linux different from Windows and Android? How is Linux different from Windows and Android? Well, I mean, Android is a mobile OS. Windows and Linux are they're pretty they're pretty different. Okay, I think we lose here. Okay, so let's see. AFAC Communication says Linux over Apple, but 2026 outages. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Joel. Thank you. Okay, so get rid of all these hands first. And I guess we need to just wait until the monster shows its head. Get out of the way. We need to... So we'll just wait here. And then hit it again. Okay. And the last thing we need to do is we need to build a little bridge. So that we can hit it again. Okay, we got it. Robvo says, are you really shy? Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm super shy necessarily. It's just that the name that I chose is the Shy Hand. Anyways, the Turnip says, have you tried the game Bitburner? I've tried a little bit of Bitburner, but I haven't gotten too much into it. And AFAC Communication says, how many times using TikToks and socials? I'm sorry, I'm not too sure what you're trying to say here, AFAC Communications. Joseph Burster says, so I've never done a CTF yet, but I'm working up to one soon. Why is this part of CTF? Why is this part of a CTF? Is it just to make it fun rather than a slog? I mean, I'm not too sure what you're asking here, Joseph. AFAC Communications, I don't quite understand what your messages are anymore. Okay, so I think we need to get out of this level. And we got a tree. Okay, let's go ahead and have a little nap at the tree over here. So learn birch tree stands in the void. This area feels safe. And since you've been traveling for quite some time already, would you like to rest for now? So each one of these birch trees is kind of like a checkpoint in the game. And yeah, so we can watch a little cutscene after each one of these. Okay, Particle to Do says, if you do, please don't do like only CVE, some learning. And Rose RBX, hello, what is up? Okay, I guess we'll take a little rest. So that does close out the game. And then we're going to have to start it up again. Just a second, everybody. Okay, so we'll put this up on the screen. Well, how about this one? Isn't that your usual dress, Your Highness? Just say if it looks good on me. They all look great on you. As they always do. Very helpful. Okay, Robvo asks, why is it important to know and discover subdomains as a PT web? PT, pen testing for web. Subdomains give you additional surface to do testing against, so it's really important to be able to do subdomain enumeration when you can. Okay, Kenneth Jordan says, howdy, hello, nice to see you here. AFAC Communications, I'm going to ask you to try to write more coherent sentences, because I really don't understand what you're trying to say. Hey, do you think I smell? I thought princesses didn't smell. Stop smiling, you wisecrack. It's a bit unusual to see you like this, that's all. Is it because of Lord Johann? I just want to look my best when he arrives. Okay, Joseph Burster says, let's not comment on that. We don't know when he'll come to visit us, though, Your Highness. That's exactly why I need to be ready. It could even take a few weeks. Ugh. Didn't you receive another letter from him just recently, Your Highness? Yes, but I still haven't finished my reply. Come to think of it, you've been acting somewhat strange ever since. And what if I have? Obviously, it's neither my duty nor place to judge, Your Highness. But don't think you might be advancing a tad hastily? Zeno Tacedo asks, is this game part of a CTF? The game's not part of a CTF. This is just a warm-up topic. And it's also a game I really wanted to play because I really like playing puzzle games like this. But no, this doesn't necessarily have anything to do with cybersecurity. But it is a puzzle game, and we love our puzzle games. And hello, are you trying to hack the game? No, we're just trying to play it normally. I see. Would you prefer it? You'd prefer if I'd broken a few ribs first? You know what I mean, Your Highness. You worry too much, Gray. Perhaps. But we're approaching uncharted territories, and I'd rather be safe. I'd rather be safe than sorry. SysOS Master says, Go Shy, game looks nice. Thank you very much, SysOS Master. And, what's that supposed to mean? Love, Your Highness. Shut it, you hag. Your Highness, it's Lord Johann. He has arrived unannounced. He is waiting downstairs. Okay, we have control now. It's an unfinished letter. You probably shouldn't read it. You definitely shouldn't read it. I really, really shouldn't read it. I'm reading it. Dear Lord Johann, I feel my heart racing restlessly as I write this letter. And as I grasp for words, my mind follows suit, not far behind. It is all because of you. Again and again, I return to the moments we spent together. Okay, everybody, we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we're just going to take a little break. While the ad runs, we're going to put on some birds, because I love my birds, and yeah, I just wanted to share them with you. So during the break, we're going to be taking a little water, and yeah, enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Kenneth says, the birds are a nice touch. Well, I mean, you know, I've got my backyard bird feeder. I take all this security footage because I love watching the birds. And it's really fun to watch them flying around eating peanuts and stuff. Thank you very much for following at Zeno Tacedro. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go ahead and get back to the game. Again and again, I return to the moments we spent together. But those simple memories will not cease this ache. I hold you responsible. Therefore, I've decided not to share my answer until I can see you again. The letter ends abruptly. Okay? You really shouldn't have read it. Okay, we've got, what else do we have around here? So there's a door, and a chair, and a mirror. I don't think there's anything else to interact with here. Okay, let's exit. We got other Other rooms, some guards. Zeno says it will try to check out your InfoSec streams. Also a bird lover. Good luck with your game. Thank you very much, Zeno. Thank you. I'm so glad to see Her Highness is in such high spirits. Thanks to Lord Johann. My back is glad as well. Okay, let's get out of here. More guards. The Knight of Heavens has arrived. I wonder if he's as handsome as they say. Maybe I'll get a chance to see him today. Once I get off duty, of course. Please join them downstairs, Lady Grey. Okay. We got this guy with glasses. Lady Grey, Her Highness and Lord Johann seem to be in the middle of something, so I decided not to butt in. But I'm sure you'll be fine. What are they talking about? Could it be? Okay. Ah, Lady Grey, pleasure to see you. Likewise, Lord Johann. It has been a while. Forgive us for arriving unannounced. Don't mention it. Hee hee. Someone doesn't seem to mind at all. Johann and I have an important announcement to make. Okay, the dream is over. Test says, new here, what's happening here? We're just playing a little puzzle game as a warm-up for our stream. And do you play chess? So, do you play chess? I don't know how to read Cyrillic. Can you tell me how to pronounce your name? I think I've seen you around here before. Okay, let's go to the next level. Okay, we've got this shiny new sword, and we've got these monkey guys over here. Let's pick up one of these. So now that we've... Oh, never mind. So now that we've got the sword here, we can use it to kill the monsters. Okay, and we can take a look at this next mural here. So what's this? This mural is badly damaged. The mural is badly damaged. Deciphering it, inscription seems almost impossible. Okay, so I'm gonna take a screenshot of this mural here, because I'm pretty sure we can get access to more secrets if we find rooms that we can where we can create these patterns. Just a second, I'm just taking a screenshot right now. Okay, and we can continue. I wonder what the gimmick is in these levels. So I mean, this seems simple enough. Just make a little bridge, and then get to the exit. What is this? So this is... Well, we can't get to the exit because this thing is here. A giant head lies before you, blocking your path. So, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to get rid of these zombie guys over here? Robbo says, who is that girl? I don't know. It's blocking the path. So we get rid of that guy, and then we... I guess we'll also get rid of this guy here too. Maybe talk to this statue? Nope, can't do that. Huh. What do you want? Hold on. That sword you carry. Could it be? Yes. There's no mistaking it. I know this is very sudden, but could you... How should I put this? Take that sword and... kill me? Pretty please? What? You don't want to kill me? Sorry. I should have known you mortals take death pretty seriously. I'm just tired of being alive. Even more so after my body was taken away. And since this place is barely functioning anymore, I have no purpose here. Thank you very much, Sven, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Besides, I'm blocking your way, right? So it would be better for you as well, since there's no other exit from this floor. So, how about it? SysOS says, this is not a very YouTube-friendly part of the game. Well, I mean, it's not super explicit, so it should be okay. You decide to grant their wish. Really? Is this really happening? What a relief. Alright, just thrust that sword into me. It shouldn't require much power. Wait. This might be a stupid question, but have you died before? What is it like to die? I heard you mortals believe in reincarnation or something. Will that happen to me as well? Because that sounds super bothersome. You tell them you'd rather not think about such things. I see. Well, in that case, I've only got one more thing. If you see my sister, tell them that Gore said hi. They're missing their left eye. I'm sure you'll recognize them if you two happen to meet. And thank you, stranger. See ya. Okay, so we just got rid of the big head, and we can continue on. So what's this, Michelin Man-looking guy beside me? So this is a new enemy type. Are they following me? Oh, they mirror my actions. So I want to go over here, and I want to grab the treasure. So the treasure is these little locust guys. It doesn't really matter too much more anymore since I'm already in the permadeath run. Yeah, Joseph, it's a mirror. So I guess we can use these guys to do something? It's empty. Okay. So if we want to... So we can pick up stuff, but the mirror guy can't. And I'm guessing that if you bump into the mirror guy, you die. Alejandro, hello, nice to see you here. Hey brother, first timer here, how's it going? So we're just playing a little puzzle game as a warm-up for our live stream, but we're going to be getting onto the hacking topics afterwards. In about 35 minutes, you can see a timer up at the top of the screen. Okay, so, I mean, we want to get... What happens if we trick the mirror guy into falling into a pit? Okay, so if we trick the mirror guy into falling into a pit, they just fall into a pit. So we can grab our treasure, and then we can get to the exit. Now there's a shadow mirror guy? What is this thing? So I think we need to kill the shadow mirror guy to get rid of these statues. So the statues at the top of the screen, they're covering the staircase. And they only... disappear when all the enemies are dead. Okay, so the shadow guy's gone, so we can go over to the exit. Oh, but can we even get to the exit anymore? I think we might be out of luck. Okay, I guess we need to reset. AFAC Communications, are you using auto-translate to write your sentences? Because it's very hard to understand what you're trying to say. Let's see. So we need to trick this guy into following into the pit. Yeah, I'm not too sure how to do this level. I guess we need to do some more experimentation. Then up. Worse than the boss fight? You can rebuild one of the glass floors. Yeah, I guess we could try doing that. Let's move over, grab one of these tiles here. Then go over. The problem is I've kind of stranded myself. Alright, let's reset again. Worse than the boss fight? Well, I mean, it's this is a little bit trickier than the boss fight, I think. Go. Now we're stuck. But we're stuck after we go here. I think the fact that we've got these treasure chests here and we can buy some time by bumping into them, that might come in handy here. You need to make the room asymmetrical in some way. That's a pretty good strategy, SysOS. So over and then grab one of these. But where can we put this? Wander over here. Okay, but now we can't go, now we can't go anywhere. Okay. So SysOS talked about making the room asymmetrical somehow. Oh, you know what we can do? We can do this. So we can move here, put this down. Awesome. Okay, so now... Why didn't I think of that before? Anyways, exit. Next level. So in this level we need to trick... Well, we did it eventually. Nathan Green, hello, nice to see you here. So this is another mechanic in the game. We need to push the buttons to activate the staircase. So the button in the lower right corner of the screen, thinking like a hacker. Yeah, of course. The button in the lower right portion of the screen, if somebody's standing on it, it'll activate the stairs. So we need to trick our friend into standing on it. Okay, so that opens up the staircase, but we can't get to the staircase. Actually, I suppose what we want to do is we want to put the staircase over here, and then it'll be okay. And hey, my favorite evening routine commences. Thank you, Nathan Green. Thank you. Okay, let's reset. So we want to find a way to put the... put the staircase in the corner. But we can't... Oh, no, okay, this works. Cyber Doctrina says, where can I find the VM? Oh, find the... Well, I mean, this isn't a VM, this is a game. It's called Void Stranger. You can see the name of the game at the top left corner of the overlay. And we're just going to be doing this for the next 24 minutes. And then we'll move on to some hacking topics. Oh, okay. So we need to put the staircase in this spot here. I don't see any way to do that, unfortunately. Because if we pick up a block, we have to put it down somewhere. There are no empty spaces. Oh, you know what? Okay. So this boulder is a way for us to make the movement asymmetrical. Okay, now we can activate the stairs at the same time. You have a rock, he doesn't, that's true. Okay, next. So we need to get the white dude to push the boulder to make it asymmetrical. So up, and then over. So this guy does 1-to-1, right? Uh-oh. I screwed up the level. Need to reset. So we need to go up, and then we need to over. We need to be careful. Go in. Just grab one of these from here. Go down. Over, fill in this pit. Oh no, that's not the one I wanted to do. I want to do this one. Okay. Now he's got the rock. Yep, he's got the rock. So we need to find a way to get up there to the staircase. I guess I could move the staircase as well. So we can pick up the staircase and we can move it somewhere else. Down, over, up. Fill this in, grab the staircase. But after I grab the staircase, I need to escape. Over here, put down the staircase. Well, I mean, we want to put the staircase here. And that's it. Okay, great. Oh no, there's more complications. So what about these ball guys? These mouth ball guys? What do we do with these guys? So we can pick up the staircase, we can put it somewhere. I think, okay, my theory is that if the white guy bumps into the mouth ball guys, then he's going to die. No. Okay. So we need to maneuver the guy around. Okay, great. Wow, I mean, I just kind of lucked into that. Now there are snakes. Okay. I want to get my treasure chest. So let's grab the treasure chest. And then we just want to build a path down to the end. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Danger noodles. Yeah, that's it. So it looks like the snakes can kill the white mimic guy. Let's reset. So we need to keep track of the movements of the snakes. Down, over, down, over. And Abdo, hello, nice to see you here. Hey dude, why you start playing games, start with the hot topics first. So I mean, we start with the warm-up topics so that people can come in, and then we do the actual hacking topics after everybody's arrived at the stream. And Etex, hello, nice to see you here. So no streamer gets into the main topic immediately after they start their stream. There's a reason why they do this. Okay, and PPX, hello, nice to see you here. What's good, bro? How are you doing? How is your day? Hope you're doing great. Hope you're doing great too. So we're just doing our warm-up topic right now. We got another 18 minutes or so. Okay, so we can move down. I think we need to move up to avoid getting our friend killed. Move down. Move down. Move up. This way, move that way. So if I just stay here, they don't actually run into each other, right? Yeah, okay, great. Move up. Grab the stairs. Move this way. Up, up, up. Oh, I killed the guy by mistake. Okay, we need to reset then. So I guess the point of the level is to move the stairs into the same position where the button is on the other side, which is in this column. So I guess we need to very carefully start making some bridges. Down. Okay, make another one there. Grab one of these, go down. Make a little bridge here. Move down, move over. Okay. Okay, Abdo says, I want to get into web pen testing, but I noticed I need to be good enough in web development, so I started to build projects using Flask APIs. Okay, no Python, HTML, CSS, some JavaScript. I mean, if you want to get better at doing web pen testing, web security stuff, it is highly advisable to start learning about how to build applications as well, because if you know how to build applications, then you know how to break applications. So if you only know how to break applications, if you don't know how to build applications, it's hard to understand how the logic works. So it's kind of like like building a tool. If you build the tool yourself, you understand how it works. Same thing in web pen testing. Okay, go up. Go down. Pick up this thing. Wait for the snakes to pass by. Go over. Go up. Go down. Put the stairs down, and then exit the level. Great. Okay, oh no. It's another one of these mirror things. Well, I mean, they're all mirror things. Wait, is this it? Oh, okay. I'm standing on the button. I need to get to where the stairs are. Alright, we need to reset. So we need to find a way to switch our positions. Just grab one of these. Actually, no. Okay, so if we switch positions, this isn't going to work. I guess what we need to do is we need to find a way to put like a platform above the space where the black mine guy is. So grab one of these. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Never mind. Okay. Grab one of these. Crossover. And then up. So Abda says, I don't have more money to learn this field using certification, so I decided to go with GitHub resources. Do you think if I learn this way that I will get good? Do you have any advice? So I mean, I've got my learning resources. Let me grab something for you. I'll put it in the chat. They're web app hacking resources. Just a second. I need to get it from the GitHub repo. So if you want to learn all about web app hacking stuff, these are the recommended resources over here. Okay. So go over to the opposite side. Uh-oh. Now we can't get to the opposite side anymore because I removed the class over there. How do we do this then? Because we need all these glass panels. If we move any of the glass panels, then we fail the level. I think we might be able to do without this glass panel. But how do we grab it? If we grab any of these glass panels, it's not going to work. Up, 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 up. over. Now we're missing the glass panel there, so we can't make it over to the other side. Shota, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? I mean, could we remove this glass? And that's not going to work either. Okay, Cyber Doctrina says, what are we going to work on today? So we're going to be playing for another 7 minutes. This game over here, and then we're going to do some Linux CTF demonstrations. And then after that, we're going to do some Linux CTF challenges that we've never seen before. And then we're going to do some web app hacking stuff. And then we're going to be rounding out the evening with some, what is it called? Network hacking challenges. Over. Dang. Wait, we can build a bridge, right? Yeah, okay, we can build a bridge. Why didn't I see that before? Why wasn't I thinking of that? Okay, next level. Likos, nice to see you here. Hey, mister, hello. Nice to see you. And, let's see. Joseph says, meow. Hello, Joseph. Okay, so we need to get rid of the black mime guy. So the black mime guy is mirroring our moves, but we need to get rid of him in order to get access to the stairs. Okay, so the turnip says, by network hacking stuff, does that mean like hacking servers and stuff and not websites? Stuff like SQL Server FTP. So we've got a range of network servers that are all just a bunch of network servers that are on the same network, and we're going to be doing some hacking against those, discovering vulnerable ports, all that good stuff. Okay, so Abdo says, do you think I need to put 10 hours a day into focus in this field? And will I eventually get there? Do I need more? How about you? What hours did you dedicate to learn this field? I want to learn as fast as I can. So I mean, definitely don't burn yourself out. Because if you burn yourself out, then you won't feel like doing the study. I mean, I can get rid of the guy, but I can't really cross back over to get to the staircase after this. So how many hours a day should you put into study? As much as you can, but you definitely need to put in some time to rest, because you can't just study for 16 hours a day, or at least not for too many days in a row. Otherwise, you're gonna really destroy your rhythm and possibly your motivation. So I can't really recommend that. Okay, so I mean, now I'm stuck. So maybe grab one of these. Dang it. Put this down. But now I can't get to the stairs. Let's pick up one of these random tiles. Oh, okay, this works. So now this guy's gone, I can just mosey on over to the stairs. Done. Okay, next... Whoa, what is this? Okay, Cyber Doctrina says, when I learned InfoSec, I studied 12 to 15 hours a day for 6 months. It was death by PowerPoint. Death by PowerPoint. I mean, I think these days it would be more death by YouTube videos. But I mean, the type of learning that I like to advocate is hands-on labs. So it's a lot less likely that you get burnt out if you're doing like hands-on labs. So hands-on labs like the stuff I'm going to be demonstrating in just a little bit. Hands-on labs like the stuff that you see on like PortSwigger. We'll be talking about in just a little bit. So I wonder if I can solve this level before we finish out. I've got 90 seconds left. So I need to get rid of these guys. I mean, we're all mirrored here. Can grab one of these. I can put this down here, and then I can get rid of one. Oh, I can get rid of all of them. Okay, great. So level solved. Great. Anyways, next level. More of this stuff, huh? So we need to be able to pick up one of these tiles and then put it somewhere else. Okay, done. Okay. We got 20 seconds. 20 seconds to solve this puzzle. Down. We need to push this stuff out of the way. We also need to make sure our mimic is able to get to the button. Sync up, and then down, and then sync up again, and then over, and then sync up again. Make sure we're synced up. Oops. Over, out, down, over, down, staircase. Okay, great. We're done. We're done with the warm-up portion of the stream. Let's go ahead and quit out, and then we'll start into the next part. All right, let's do it. So we need to quit out of the game. And let's turn off the game capture. All right, so what are we doing next? We're going to be doing topic number 2. So topic number 2 is here, and topic number 3 is on deck. Okay, so we're going to be doing HackerFrogs after school. We're going to be doing a demonstration of HackMyVM Hades Labs, levels 15 to 18. Let's see. Abdo says, occasionally you can replace the songs that you operate in the background while hacking with something called Quran. I'm afraid I can't really put religious music in the background of my live stream because we don't do religion here and we don't do politics. Sorry about that. Anyways, let's continue. All right, so we're gonna do this for let's do it for about 70 minutes. See if we can get through the exercises. So for these exercises, we're gonna be doing these labs over here. So HackMyVM Hades, let me log in. So if you wanted to take part yourself, you can use the SSH credentials over here. Actually, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some later levels of this game. And I'm a 640. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so HackMyVM, HMV Labs. We're going to be starting over on level number 15 of this game. So we're going to be working through based on the notes that I've taken on these levels. So the first level is going to be the Athena level over here, and while we do this, I can put on a little bit of music. I'm gonna go ahead and grab some stuff that's not going to get me flagged on YouTube. How about some Faster Than Light? Make sure it's nice and soft. Okay, so for each one of these levels, let me grab. For each one of these levels, we're going to be accessing it via SSH. So the SSH program lets you get remote access to other computers. Well, we call them remote servers. So let's log into this level, and then we can start. So if anybody wants to know exactly what command we're using, it's this over here. Okay, Tyran says sudo apt opsec. Sudo apt opsec? Sorry, what part of my opsec is missing? Could you let me know? Okay, so our password is this. So this is the command, SSH into... Okay, so Cyber Doctrina says, why did you SSH into port 6666? Is there a host SSH on port 6666? Yeah, on this server there is. Okay, we're logged in. So let me do my YouTube intro, and then we can start with the level. Okay, so Tyrans says, is VM matter for OPSEC and anonymity? Like sandboxing OS's for security, it is important. So, I mean, I'm using a Kali Linux VM right now. It's probably safer to do everything inside of a VM because it's less likely that you're going to expose something that's super important. But yeah, I mean, my recommendation when you're learning cybersecurity is to use a VM for your learning, just in case you screw it up. It's less for OPSEC. It's less for OPSEC, and it's more for being safer when you're working with your computer environment, because you can screw up a Kali Linux. You can screw up a Kali Linux VM all you want, and you can just revert back to the previous snapshot. It's fine. Okay, Kenneth Jordan says, do you do pre-runs of the VM to make it go smoother for the stream, or do you do first contact on the stream? So for some exercises, I've done the exercises previously, and I'm just doing a demonstration of how to solve the levels. And other levels, well, other CTF stuff, I've never looked at the stuff before. This is a demonstration. Okay. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Athena level from the Hades CTF game over at hackmyvm.eu. So in this level, we need to log in via SSH, and after we've done so, we can take a look at our environment. So for each one of these levels, there's going to be a mission.txt file that we can look at, so let's go ahead and read it. So it says in this mission, user Aura lets us use her new script. So Aura is the name of the user that we need to get access as to get to the next level. So we're currently working as the Athena level, as the Athena user. So Tyrans asks, which VPN do you prefer to use? I mean, I don't really use VPNs too much in my day-to-days. Most of the time, when I'm actually using VMs, oh, sorry, not VMs, VPNs. When I'm using VPNs, I'm usually using VPNs to get access to a private server, as opposed to be anonymous. Okay, so what new script are we talking about? So we need to take a look at this script right here called ori_old.sh. Let's take a look at the script. So this is a bin bash script. Echo what? Read hack me. Okay, so it's going to echo the word what, and that's going to read user input into the hack me variable here. And then it's going to run the little if condition. So if hack me equals something, we don't know what it is, then exit. So it's looking for something that's going to cause the program to exit. Otherwise, it's going to do... Thank you very much for redeeming the Stellar Jays boss gans. Thank you very much. Okay, so F-Sheet asks, did you go to college or heck no? I mean, for cybersecurity, if you want to go to college, I wouldn't recommend going to college for cybersecurity necessarily. A lot of people who get into cybersecurity, they go in through either software development or computer science. So, I mean, it's kind of a controversial opinion, but I think that doing computer science is going to benefit you a lot more than doing an actual cybersecurity degree if you're going to college or university. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Cyber Doctrina. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so hack me, aura new pass, this is some sort of variable, and then to dev null. So this makes sure that we can't see error messages. So what is actually going on here? Let's talk a little bit about this. So I've got a little document here that talks about all these, how to solve these levels. Download the file. So this is level 15. Okay, Sick in the Mind says, I did a network admin program at ITT. My mentor told me to learn computers before trying to hack them. I mean, some people do hacking first and then they learn development and system administration later. And some people do system administration and computer science stuff first, and then they learn how to hack. It's probably better if you learn how to do computer science and then learn how to do the hacking afterwards, or to learn development and then learn how to do the hacking afterwards. But some people, some people, they really want to do their hacking first. I'm one of those people. I decided to learn hacking first and then learn about development and all that other stuff later. You can do both ways, but if I were to do it again, I would probably learn how to do development first, learn computer science, computer architecture, and development first. But it's not where I came from. Okay, so Abdo, please stop telling me to answer questions. Or please stop telling me not to answer questions. You say you're distracted, but I'm trying to run a live stream here. This isn't just for you. This is for everybody. Don't tell me what to do. Thank you. Okay, so we're going over to level number 15. So let's talk about what's going on here. Okay, so this is Hades level number 15, Athena. And we're doing some script analysis here. So this script reads user input and saves it as the hackme variable, and then passes that input to the command noted above. So it passes it to hackme, so this is the name of the command, and then or a new pass with the additional argument to dev null, which means we don't see error content. So it turns out that or a new pass is a string. So this really complicates things a little bit, because it's a string and not a file. There are certain commands we can use to read it, and certain commands that we don't. So cat's not going to work. We just can't pass cat over to it. The command we might assume to use is echo, as an echo password. But there's a filter in place like the one above here, so we can't use echo. So this filter makes it impossible to use the echo command. So we need to an alternative echo-like command. So a command that's kind of like echo, but not actually echo. So let's go over and talk about what we actually are trying to do here. So if we do sudo l, it says that we've got special permissions. So particle to do says like head. It could be head, it could be less, it could be a number of different commands. Printf, yeah. So we'll talk about which commands work and which commands don't work in just a second. No worries, Abdo. Just please don't tell me what to do. That's pretty disrespectful. Okay, so user Athena may run the following commands on Hades. So as the Aura user with no password, we can run bin bash and we can run this particular script. So re.sh. So sysOS says I would try bash x first, but do your explanation. Okay. So we can try to run the script, and we know a little bit about the script based on the old version over here that we just took a look at. Okay, so let's run sudo u aura bin bash c pwned aura ori.sh. Okay, it asks what? So if we just try to use the cat command here, nothing happens. So we could, so we know that whatever we pass in as the input is going to try to read. Is going to try to read the string that is the Aura new pass. So cat doesn't work because Aura new pass is a string and not a file. So some people have suggested some commands. So we could try head. So head doesn't work. We can try less. Less doesn't work either. So sysOS master, bash x. So the thing is that we have sudo, but we only have sudo with this particular bin bash command. So bin bash, it has to be -c. So I don't think -x is going to work. So Eli says tac. So I mean, tac doesn't work for the same reason that cat doesn't work. It's because the password is actually a string. So I mean, if we were to do it in our terminal here, so echo string password, we can't really pass this to cat because it doesn't, it does work, but let's see, cat, no, this becomes cat string password. Like this. So this doesn't work. So cat the string doesn't work. Head the string, I don't think this works either. And we can't less the string either. So Joseph says, so if college is out of my reach, am I cooked for any career like this? No, I wouldn't say that, Joseph. So you say that if you can't do college, you can definitely still get into cybersecurity, but you'd have to learn on your own. You can definitely learn on your own. We've got a lot of education resources. Let me grab some education resources for you. So we have a lot of free links, free resources for people who want to learn about different parts of cybersecurity over here. Okay. So there are a couple of things that will work. For example, printf will work, and script will work. The problem is that they've also got, what was it? to dev null. So if we give a, oh no, what happened here? Anyways, let's go back. So particle deduce says, F-sheet says, did you go to college or no? I didn't go to college for tech stuff. I did go to college. So I didn't get into cybersecurity by going to university or anything. SysOS says, does redirection work? I don't think we can include redirection in our command. So particle deduce says, I don't understand, are you trying to read the script or to execute the script? We're trying to read the string. So to read the string, we could give a command like printf here. So let's go back. So we run the script. The script is going to ask for a command to run with the string. We can do printf, and we can get the password this way. So this is the password for the next level. The problem is that, well, we'll talk about what's actually in the script when we get to the next level. Wolf Aim says, I have a project in pentesting web in my studies. Could you help me in a private DM whenever you have free time? Well, you can send me a private message on Twitch or on Reddit or on Discord. So here's our Discord link. Here's our Reddit link. Okay, so we'll talk just a little bit about how to solve this level here, and then we'll move on to the next one. So the problem in this level is that Aura new pass is a string, so we can't use certain commands. So echo would work, but there's a filter in place that makes sure that that echo doesn't get passed through. So if we do a little bit of research, there are two other commands that we can use that serve a similar function to echo, which are script and printf. So we use this to get the password. Okay, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Athena level from the Hades CTF game from HackMyVM.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons in the video and leave a comment underneath the video. Thank you very much. And until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next level. So we managed to get the password. We'll talk about what's in the script in just a little bit, but this is the password for the next user, which is the Aura user. Let's get out of here. Okay, so we'll log in as Aura now. Paste in the password. Okay, and I just need to do my intro for the next video. We're going to try to get through a few of these today. So this is level 16. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Aura level, otherwise known as level number 16 from the HackMyVM Hades CTF lab. So for each one of these levels, we need to read the mission file for each one of these. So mission.txt. So this is mission 16. So the user Agel has a good memory for numbers. So good memory for numbers, and we got an executable file in here called numbers. So what happens if we run numbers? So it's if we run the numbers binary here, it says enter one number. So I don't know, maybe 1, number okay, enter next number 1, it says no. So what we're dealing with here is we're dealing with a binary that is going to give us the password if we guess the pattern of numbers we need to put in. So it's So after some analysis, you're going to find that the applicable numbers are numbers from 0 to 9, and we need to put them in a certain order in order to get the password. The problem with this is that if you want to do this manually, it's going to take a really long time because there are, spoiler alert, there are 13 numbers we need to enter in. So if we just brute force this manually, it's going to be very, very painful. So let's talk about an alternative. So this is Hades level 16, the Aura level. So what we're doing here is we're doing a binary brute force attack. So in this level, we need to enter a sequence of single digits into the program to get the password, but we don't know the correct digits. So guessing the entire 13-digit sequence manually is very, very tedious. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to use a Python script. There are a couple of different ways you could do it. You could do it using a bash script. You could also use it doing a Python script. And let me show you the Python script we're going to be using today. So if you're wondering where the code we're using on this level is coming from, it's from this one. It's from our walkthrough document over here. So we're going to use a Python script to automate the process. You run it from your attacker machine, not from the remote SSH terminal. So we're currently logged in. We're not going to be logged in when we run this script. The script uses a an external Python module called Pwn, or what is it called? Pwn, like Pwn tools, I think it's called. So if you don't have this installed on your machine, you can install it using a Python virtual environment. And let's go ahead and do that right now. So we would do it like this. Okay, we can just exit the level. We don't need to do the level while logged in if we're using a script. So let's go ahead and create the script. It's going to be called, actually wait, let's activate our Python virtual environment first. So we use Python to create a virtual environment. We need to use a few different commands. So Python, create the virtual environment called myEnvironment, and then activate the virtual environment with this command here. Oh, he spelled the thing correctly. Virtual env. Okay, so the virtual environment has been initialized here. We need to specify a source for the virtual environment in the next command here. So source myenv bin activate. And now this is so we're inside of our virtual environment now. So from here we can install whatever Python modules we want. So for example, if we want to install pip install pwn, this will install the pwn tools module here. So pip install pwn, let's do that. Okay, and after that's done, we can run the our brute forcing script. So SysOS Master says, how do you know it's 13 digits long? So the script doesn't assume that it knows that it's 13 digits long. The script only knows, well, we'll talk about what the script does in just a second. Particle to do says, a loop script, I suppose. And Eli V says, why should I use the env? Like, what's the purpose of it? Why can't I do it normally? So keeping track of Python dependencies is a big pain in the butt. That's why people use virtual environments to install novel modules into their environment so they don't have to worry about dependency hell. Python dependency hell is a real thing, and I've lived there before. It's not very fun. Okay, so now that we've got the pwn tools installed on our virtual environment, let's create the script. So I'm going to use nano. It's going to be called, what's the name of this level again? The name of this level is the Aura level. Okay, so we'll just call it aura.py. Okay, Sicknamine says, if you're using Kali, there might be a Python 3 pwn tools package. You should rely on Kali's repo before you go to pip for modules, Ori Hades, or Ra in this case. I'm just saying that, well, pwn tools isn't, well, I mean, when I was doing the challenge, pwn tools wasn't installed on Python by default. I mean, I installed it myself, but the default Python, sorry, the default Kali machine doesn't have pwn tools. So that's why I turned to virtual environments. Okay, so we got the, thank you very much, Manga Hut, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. All right, so I'm just going to copy the script, and then we'll, when we create the script here, let's talk about what the script is doing before we run it. Okay, so inside the Python script here, we're using pwn tools. We're using the SSH module or sorry, the SSH function from PwnTools. So we set a bunch of SSH parameters here. So our host, our username, our password, our port, the remote binary on the server that we're going to be interacting with, which is located in pwned Aura numbers. And we know that if we know that the first number is 1, we need to specify what numbers are in range for this particular brute force attack. So we got we have a list with a bunch of numbers from 0 to 9, and then we got the position. So the position is going to change after we identify the correct number for that position. So position starts at 0, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So sysOS says Python is notorious for dependency hell, and since many OSs depend partly on Python working, it's better to use virtual environments when working with Python. Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate virtual environments in Python. I also appreciate Docker environments, so I don't have to worry about having correct dependencies installed on my Linux machine to get certain pieces of software working. Okay, so what happens next? So we set up some global connection objects. We got S and P, which are initialized in nothing, and then we connect to the server. So establish SSH connection and start process, global S and P. If P exists, then try P close. So we're going to, P stands for port, I think, and S stands for server. So if, S stands for the SSH connection. So if the SSH connection doesn't exist, then create an SSH connection once with these parameters over here. So run SSH with all of our parameters up above, and then start the process. So s.process remote binary. We get the response from the server over in this function here. And if there are any errors, then print out the errors and send them back to us. So the next function we're going to send is called send known numbers, and this is just going to run. Well, we're going to put this in a loop to send it over and over again. So we print out a message sending sequence of our known numbers, and then we send them to the binary through the SSH connection. So if we guess the wrong number, we need to run this function over here called restart binary. And that's going to restart the binary and is going to start the whole process over again. So we also test the numbers. So test numbers, this function here is going to send all of the known numbers, and then it's going to try to guess at numbers that we don't know. Okay, Coco asks, what is your first job in this field? So my first job in this field was doing web app security testing. And Abdo says, do you advise me to learn using AI when learning web development? You can ask the AI to explain concepts with you when you learn web development. That's fine. I wouldn't say that you should overly rely on the AI to write code for you, but asking it to explain certain concepts should be okay. Yeah. I mean, it's fine. It's fine to use the AI as a kind of tutor, but you just have to be careful when you're using it to write code. Particle Dedu asks, could we use sequence to do this? So sequence, is that a Python module or something else? Okay, so we got so test numbers. I think this is our main function essentially. So while true, send the sequence of numbers that we know, and then afterwards we test the next number. We run the test number function over here to guess the numbers. If it accepts, then we print it. Well, we add that to our list of known numbers, and if it sends us other error messages, then that might be the flag or the password that we're looking for. Okay, so let's go ahead and run the script. Okay, so save this thing. So Jenny AFT says vibe coding is literally brain rot. Well, I mean, vibe coding is, you can certainly get useful things out of vibe coding. It's just that you need to be careful to understand exactly what the code is doing before. Well, you can use vibe coding as kind of like a learning experience, But yeah, definitely don't run the code without just run the code without trying to understand what the code is doing. Okay, so we're just gonna run our .py, and it's gonna run through the whole brute forcing process here. Okay, Sick the Mind says, not if you know how to code. Vibe coding is a lot less dangerous and a lot less brain rot if you know the programming language that you're vibe coding in. Okay, so we make our connection to the server on port 6666, and let's see if we can get this thing going. Cypher says, I tried vibe coding a high-level project without looking at the code. It just becomes a mess in the end. Okay, so it looks like it errored out this time. Let's try it again. Sick the Mind says, for small tasks it's great at, for big projects it's less dependable than a freshman in college as an intern. Okay, Jenny says, tabbing is not that bad, to be fair. So tabbing is not that bad. Are we, I mean, what is tabbing in this case? So Lobacode says, is that true vibe coding? Let's see. Is it true that vibe coding makes the code hard to maintain? Oh, Eli, sorry, I didn't get your question. So Eli says, what's your streaming schedule? So we currently stream on Wednesdays and Fridays. Okay, so, I'm gonna try one more time. And if it doesn't work this time, we're gonna need to take a look at my script. So I mean, I ran the script last week, and I think it worked last week, so I'm not too sure why it's erroring out so much. So vibe coding is a lot harder to use if you're using it to code like a large code base. For stuff that's relatively simple and relatively short, it should be okay. Let's see. Okay, let me try doing it outside of the virtual environment. Because let's try it again. So Jenny says, auto-completion versus asking the agent to code the entire feature. I mean, the better way to do it, the better way to do like AI assisted code is to ask the AI to write like an initial draft of the code and then look through it and try to understand what all the functions and all the code is doing before, putting your rubber stamp on it and saying okay. Because otherwise you don't know what exactly the code is doing, and that can get dangerous very fast. So let's see, sending sequence 1. Okay, so we're just working through the numbers. So now we've got 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, and we're just working our way through our list and figuring out what these numbers are. Okay, so SysOS says, I always state it like this, an AI is no better than a junior dev with Google skills. You audit what it does and you need to know, it's actually what you need. Okay, I know, unless they've changed the answers, yeah, I think we're gonna have to do this one more time. Because the program has kind of stumbled into the wrong number here. It'll figure out that it doesn't actually have the right number after it moves through all of these numbers here. Okay, let's run run the script one more time. So the problem is that after it discovered the numbers 1 and 2, for some reason it got into its head that the number 1 after that was the correct one, where it's not. The actual sequence that we're looking for is 1 2 3 1 2 3 9 1 1 1 1 1 2 6. So let's see if we're able to find it using the script. So I've seen some other implementations of this level using a bash script, and I think the bash script might work better. But I wanted to challenge myself to use Python because, well, Python and the PwnTools module, I think they're very, very useful and they're very, very interesting to me. Okay, Particle to Do says by sequence I mean range 0 to 14. Range 0 to 14. I mean that's assuming that we know the length of the sequence. So the better way to do it is probably leave the script open-ended, so that if there's like an arbitrary number of numbers in the sequence, like 20 or 40 or 1000, then it would get it eventually. So Abdo says, sorry, dude, I know you're storied again to the field. Did you study the whole 18 months before any networking or volunteering? No. You don't study 18 months and then start networking and volunteering. You do it while you're studying. I mean, you need to, if you can do volunteering without knowing any cybersecurity stuff. It's just helping out at events. As far as networking is concerned, you can do that immediately. You can go to in-person meetups. You can start talking to people. You can start talking to people in your local cybersecurity community. Find out what they do. Ask questions about what they do in their job. It's probably better to understand. Well, just ask a lot of questions, and well, the other thing you need to do is try not to overwhelm anybody with questions. Even if you have a lot of questions, just try to do it over time. Just remember that these are people you're talking to, not resources. Okay, so we've got the sequence 1 and 2, and then we loop over and over again. Oh, this is funny. It's the script has glommed onto the fact that it's 1 2 2. I guess it'll figure. Well, it'll eventually time out after it runs through until the number 9. So Murder says, is there a reason for the script to fail so often but then just work? I mean, I didn't have any problems with the script previously. It's just that when I decided to demo it, this is when it decides to stop working. So I guess that's kind of what is it called? Oh gosh, what is that? What is that law? That law that says if you're trying to too many for, let's see. So R30, Murphy's Law, exactly, yes, says OS Master. R34 says, so many people trying to write code, it's hard, I guess. Murder says, because I find things like this in CTFs all the time, like it'll work once. When I try the same thing, it doesn't work. So does it just tries to guess the number 9 over and over again. I'll try this one more time where it actually actually sticks. And if it doesn't work, then I'm gonna have to try something else entirely. Eli V asks, is it hard to find a job in this field? I mean, I'd say that it takes considerable effort to get a job in tech in general. But the way I recommend it is that I recommend making social connections. So, getting to know people, going to meetups, becoming a part of the community. If you become a part of the community, then the people in the community will want to help you. If you're a good member of the community, of course. If you're just a person who goes to the meetups and seems like a person who is just trying to pretend to be everybody's friend to get a job, then they'll figure that out after a while, and that's not the way you want to do it. Okay, Murder says, make a website and display the projects you're doing in the field. Use that on your resume. I think it's a good idea to start creating some tools. So if you've ever had to create a tool or make scripts to solve challenges, it's good to be able to point people at that. You can also point people at CTF write-ups that you've done before. It shows people that you're able to work through problems. Okay, so Lil Dee says, but I do need a job. Well, I mean, it's fine. It's fine to need a job, but if people think that the only reason you're talking to them is because you want to use them to get a job, then that's not the way to do it, and it's not going to work. Okay, Eli says, can you do it without any major certificates like OSCP and other ones? You can get a job in cybersecurity without getting certifications, but it does involve doing more work on the social networking side. You even whether or not you have certificates, you have to be able to do the stuff to get the job done. If you're not qualified to do the job, and you use your social connections to get yourself the job, and you get fired because you were not able to do the job, that is not going to reflect very well on the people that helped you get the job, and you're probably going to get you're going to develop a negative reputation inside the community. So definitely don't do it like that. Okay, so it looks like, let me take a look at the script one more time. So I'm going to try. It could be that something I did in the script, I might have modified. I have no idea. Let me just repaste in the script, try it again. Okay, connect to the server. I mean, the other thing is that it could be that something about the traffic on the server might be affecting what's actually going on here. Okay. So we send the sequence number 1, then it says okay, and then we guess 1. Response, enter next number. Unexpected response, enter next number. Hold on. So what we got here is we got our known numbers, 1. We send the known numbers, and then, maybe we need to just make... But otherwise, we can skip this level because the script I wrote isn't working. But I can show you what it looks like if we actually put in the correct sequence. try the bash script. Yeah, unfortunately I don't have the bash script handy, but I might skip this level and I might move on to the next level. It's just that I've decided it looks like my live demo luck is not has run out here. Okay. So guessing 1, new number found 1. Okay, great. So sending sequence. So 1, 2. Okay, so the next number that it finds, it should be the number 3. Okay, guessing 3, number okay. So we found 1, 2, 3. So it should go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then a bunch of other numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 1. So we just need to sit tight and wait for the script to run through all of the iterations. Murder says, interesting that the known numbers was messing it up. It is. It's less amusing to me who's doing a live demonstration, of course, but yeah, sometimes, I don't know, sometimes scripts work and then they don't work. It's kind of vexing. SysOS is Python quirks. Sick in the Mind says, no multi-threading. Listen, let's I'll figure out how to do multi-threading eventually, but not today, apparently. It is, I'll put that on my to-do list, Sick in the Mind, thank you. Okay, so it looks like we've got it, it seems to be working. We just had to wait for the thing to run. It's not especially fast. But in the meantime, if anybody else has some questions about cybersecurity, I guess I can answer them while this thing is running. Okay, we find 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 9. Okay, Eli asks, where do you work at? So, I mean, I'm doing this as my primary, well, as my primary thing right now. So I'm doing YouTube videos. I'm also doing Twitch. I do live streaming. I'm starting up a, what is it called? A nonprofit organization for cybersecurity education and awareness. So I'm in the process of setting that whole thing up. It's taking, well, it's quite the process. Sick in the Mind says, single thread Python can be cumbersome in the runtime. I mean, the other thing is that the SSH module here isn't especially quick either. So we found 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 9, 1, 1, 1, 3? 9, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. So I think there's only a couple more digits left. SysOS says the bottleneck is SSH, not Python. It's also why multi-threading would only partly speed it up. Okay, so Cho Kan something kun, what are some good LLM practice labs? So you say LLM practice labs? Do you mean doing prompt injection, or are you talking about something else? So if you're talking about prompt injection, then you probably want to do something like Gandalf. Gandalf.lakera.ai. It's a pretty, well, it's go ahead and give this a try. So as far as learning about like LLM attacks, you might be able to learn something over at PortSwigger. So let's see, Academy. Yeah, web LLM attacks. Give this a try. Okay, so let's wrap this up. All right, so eventually the script was able to discover the correct sequence, which is 123.123.9.1.1.1.1.2, and then 6. And then it returned the password here. So this is the password for the next level, and the username is, let's see, the username is Eagle. So that's going to be the next level. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Aura level from the Hades CTF lab. This was also known as level number 16, and this was from the HackMyVM.eu website. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so we'll do 2 more levels. Let's see if we can get them done in the next like 18 minutes or so. So this is the next level, the Eagle level. If anybody wants to take a look at the stuff we're looking at, this is the link. Okay, so let's go ahead and log into the next level. And then we'll start our walkthrough. Okay, what's that password? Here it is. Thank you very much, Felio, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Whoops. Okay, let's go ahead and start the walkthrough. Hello everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for the Eagle level, otherwise known as level number 17, from the Hades CTF Labs from HackMyVM.eu. So for each one of these levels, what we need to do is we need to take a look at the mission file to understand what we're trying to do here. Okay, so in mission number 17, it says the user Calliope likes to have her things to look at. The user Calliope likes to have her things looked at. So okay, so Abdo says, Poxy Pixie says, good evening, hello, nice to see you here. What are we playing today? What is this? So we're doing some CTF labs over at HackMyVM.eu. So here's a link if you want to take a look. Okay, so Abdo says, I will not waste your effort. You really want us to be like you. I mean, I'm here to offer advice. Whether or not you think my advice is valid or not, that's up to you to decide. I'm just here to try to, to help people along. Okay, so it says, well, Calliope likes to have her things looked at. So what does that really mean? If we take a look at the sudo permissions for this particular user, it says, our user, the Eagle user, may run the following commands on Hades. So as Calliope, with no password, we can run bin cat. So, I mean, cat is a very, very basic Linux binary, and if we're able to run it as another user, that means we could read their files. But there are some caveats here. So if we take a look at... Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Trash Dragon, thank you. Welcome in. So if we take a look at what files are actually in here, we see that there's a Calliope password file, so calliopepass.txt, and you would think that we could read this file using sudo as the Calliope user with bin cat. So if we try it out, so sudo u bin, well, sudo u Calliope bin cat, and then Calliope pass.txt. So you'd think that we would be able to read this file since it's in the Calliope group, but it's actually owned by the root user. So if we run this file, we get permission denied. So we're not actually able to read the file. The reason why we can't read the Calliope file here is that when we run sudo as Calliope, we're not allowed to we're not allowed to read files inside of this directory, which is owned by the eagle user. So this is the eagle user. If we become Calliope and try to read this file, we can't read it. So what can we do instead? So let's talk about this. So Sick of the Mind says eagle group. Yes, that's what I mean. Sick of the Mind. Thank you. So eagle group, Calliope group, etc., etc. So everything is owned by. Well, most of these directories are owned by root. They're pretty strict with their user permissions on this on the server. Okay, so in Hades, level number 17, Lambuzla, thank you very much for subscribing for following on Twitch. Thank you very much. So Hades level 17, we're the eagle user using sudo cat. So this is basically privileged file read. So in this level, we're given privileged file read with the cat command as the Calliope user. We want to become the Calliope user to get to the next level. So we might try to read the password file in the eagle's home directory, but this doesn't work because Calliope doesn't have permissions to read files in eagle's home directory. So it's a bit of a, you need to wrap your head around what happens when you run the sudo command and where the file is that we're trying to read. Trash Dragon says this is a God of War themed room. I mean, it's kind of like what is it called? Like Greek mythology themed, like CTF server in general. Okay, so instead we can think of this as if it were an LFI vulnerability, searching for sensitive files in our target user's home directory, like bash history or SSH private keys. So if you've got privileged file read and you're doing like a CTF box challenge, one of the things you could do is you could look for SSH private keys or bash history. So in this case, it makes more sense that we're able to read this if we're using the cat command with sudo. Second Mind says God of War is Greek mythology inspired, so take that with a grain of salt. Yup. Okay, let's go back in here. So with the command here, we can read other files inside of Calliope's home directory. So in this case, it's pwned Calliope. So we can try reading the .patch history file or other common files that might be in here. So it says no such file or directory, that doesn't exist. But of course, in this case, we're able to read SSH private keys. So the typical path would be home username.ssh and then ID RSA. It could be like a couple of other file names as well for SSH private keys. But we're able to read the key. So if we're able to read the key, we can get access by trying to log in with the contents of this particular SSH private key. What we need to do is we need to copy it, then move over to another window and create the file on our own machine here. So use nano, create IDRSA, paste in the contents of the SSH private key, save it, and then adjust the file permissions. Because we can't use an SSH private key with loose permissions, so we see that groups have read and write and everybody has read, we need to modify this. So we do chmod 600, which means that the file owner has read and write, but everybody else has no permissions. So we'll call this IDRSA, and then we can try to log in as the Calliope user. So it's SSH Calliope, and specify the key with the -i argument here. So -i rd RSA. And now we have access as the Calliope user. So who am I? We're Calliope. And that's the end of the level. Okay, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the eagle level, otherwise known as level number 17 from the Hades CTF game over at hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so Abdos asks, what is the meaning of the -u behind bin cat? So if you're using sudo as another user, so sudo doesn't always have to be sudo as the root user. So sometimes sudo is more granular, which means that you can only use sudo in the context of another user. So you need to, in this case, we're using it in the context of the Calliope user instead of the root user. So we need to supply -u to supply the name of the user we want to run it as. So Pocket Pixie says, how hard is it to solve these challenges? How hard is it to solve these challenges? Well, I mean, so these are essentially like Linux security puzzles. If you solve other puzzles that are, well, other CTF challenges that are similar to this, you're gonna see patterns, and you're gonna learn to understand how Linux security works. Okay, so the Horizon says you can learn this in 1 week if you're if you can learn in 1 week if you're dumb. Okay, Eli says, how did you know that you need to use /pwned? So, I mean, okay. So let's log in as the other user just so they can show you guys. So we're here. We're the Calliope user. If we do the home directory for this particular user, every user on this particular server has pwned as their home directory. So it's gonna be pwned Calliope, pwned Eagle, pwned whatever your username is. So if we take a look at the pwned directory, so we see that all the users are in here. So typically, a typical Linux server uses home as the home directory, but in this case, it's pwned. Okay, so Alien Trellis, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, I shouldn't have done that. Anyways, we'll do one more level before we move on to the next thing. Okay, this is level number 18. So this is, oh, this is interesting. So this was well, people typically need to do some research to understand how this level works. Okay, if you want to take a look at the document we're working off of, this is it over here. Okay, so the Horizon asks, what is your ranking on TryHackMe? I mean, I would say that my ranking on TryHackMe isn't super relevant, but I am in the top 1%. So I mean, unless you're looking to be in the top 100, I guess, people in on TryHackMe, the ranking really doesn't. I mean, I'd say that the ranking really doesn't matter. Just, do your best and learn this stuff. You don't need to be competitive about it. Hawk Ryan, hello, howdy partner. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you very much, Hawk Ryan. Okay, let's. We're logged in as Calliope. Great. Okay. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for the Calliope level, otherwise known as level number 18, from the Hades CTF Labs on hackmyvm.eu. So the first thing we need to do on any one of these levels is we need to take a look at the contents of the mission.txt file. Sick in the Mind says ranking in THM doesn't matter. Most of their content is walkthrough based. I mean, if they separated out the walkthrough based materials from the challenge materials, it might be a little bit different, but it'd be really hard for them to implement something like that. But you just need to understand that if you're using a platform like TryHackMe, just use the materials, take good notes, and yeah, you'll have a good time. Okay, so let's take a look at mission.txt. So it says the user Calypso. So the target user whose password we need to get is the Calypso user. So often uses write to communicate. So they use write to communicate, and what they're referring to here is actually a command called write. So you might think that this is just part of a sentence, but it's not. because the Spanish translation here also specifies the word write, which is not write in Spanish, of course. So what is this write command? So if we try to figure it out, we could do man, well, we also have an SUID binary that we need to investigate as well. It's called write_me. And we see that write_me is an SUID binary that's owned by root and also part of the Calliope group. So we're trying to access the Calypso user. So this is an SUID binary. So we can run it as SUID, which means it's running as the root user. So if we just run write_me, we get these, this output over here. So cannot send you my pass, cannot send you my pass. So what's actually going on? So if we know that there's a command called write, then that's being used here, we need to understand what exactly is going on. So the write command, oh, there's no, okay. So the write command on Linux is not commonly used anymore, but it's a command that can be used to send a message to another user. So write allows you to communicate with other users by copying lines from your terminal to theirs. When you run the write command, the user you are writing to gets a message of the form, message from blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this before we go and solve the challenge. So Hades level 18, the Calliope level, we're doing write SUID binary. So in this level, we're presented with a message that the write program is being used to communicate, and we're presented with an SUID binary in our home directory. So we know that write is a program, and not just a part of the sentence, because it's referenced by name in both the English and Spanish mission descriptions over here. So when we run the SUID binary, it appears that we can't receive messages. But the documentation for the write command lets us know about another command, which is called message. So let's take a look. So this is the write man page over here. And it says, see also message, talk, and who. So what is the message command? It's related to write. So we do man ms message, MASG. Okay, so what is the message command in this case? So message is display or not display messages from other users. So message option no or yes. Message utility is invoked by a user to control write access others have to the terminal device associated with standard error output. If write access is allowed, then programs such as talk and write may display messages on the terminal. So there's basically two things we can do with this program. We can use n, the n argument, to disallow messages, or we can use the y argument to allow messages to be displayed. So this is how you use the message command. So if you just use the message command by itself, it says is n, which means that we can't receive messages. So when we run the write_me SUID, it might be trying to send a message to us, but because message is set to no, we cannot receive the messages. So what we need to do is just set message to yes. And then after that, we can run the SUID binary again. Okay, so it says cannot send you my pass. So I'm guessing that a lot of people are trying to send us their password, but we see two passwords over here that might be the Calypso user's password. So we're just going to copy both of these. And we're going to try to log in as the Calypso user. Okay, so before we do that, let's just... So these are two passwords. I think this is our password, actually. Let's take a look. So... Oh, we don't have a password. Okay, so we're just going to have to guess which one of these is the Calypso user's password. Let's try this one first. Okay, paste in the password. Is this it? That's not it. Okay, we'll try the other password. So the other password was this. Moment of truth. Okay, that was the password. So the password is actually this one over here, the one that starts with T. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at the messages. R34Sec says, "Hi, couldn't send my last message. Could you look at it? I don't know why." Oh, okay. It's because you used the word GTFO. GTFO is one of those naughty words on the Twitch list. Okay, so R34Sec, is there a way to privesc with SUIDs without looking at GTFO bins? How do people recon them? I mean, GTFO bins is a resource. If the solution to privesc with SUIDs is on GTFO bins, then use GTFO bins. If it's on like some blog or some YouTube video, then use those resources as well. Don't handicap yourself by limiting your research materials. Okay, so let's go back. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Calliope level, otherwise known as level number 18 from the Hades CTF Labs from HackMyVM.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Not leaving, by the way. Okay. The Horizon 19 says, why not try to compile the SUID yourself? Why? I mean, I'm not too sure what the how that would be productive. So the Horizon 19, could you explain? Thank you very much for following AC Name 76. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Okay, Lambusla says, may I ask, how would you describe the future of cybersecurity? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'm learning. I'm planning on learning. I'm learning and planning on joining cybersecurity from backend software engineering based on Python, but now I see AI is here to stay in cybersecurity too. I mean, AI is a big disruptor in terms of like the tech industry in general. What you shouldn't do is you shouldn't give up. You shouldn't give up on tech. Don't give up on tech. Don't give up on development. Don't give up on cybersecurity. It's just going to be. It's going to, do the thing it's going to do, right? It may or may not, completely upend the system. Who knows, right? Because it's only been around for a few years. This all kicked off in like 2023 when ChatGPT became popular. Don't give up on technology. Don't give up on learning cybersecurity. Don't give up on learning, development. If this is what you like, if this is what you enjoy, if this is what you're passionate about, don't give up. Okay, so let's see. Sick of Mind says, it's not really. We're coming to a boiling point where we're seeing a squeeze in natural resources. Lambusa says, I would never give up on tech or programming. I want to expand my knowledge and get better as much as I can. I just want to see how much hope I have in it, okay? Sick of Mind says, only a matter of time before people stop tolerating the spikes in electricity because of the load pushed on citizens from data centers surging. And SysOS says, be aware that AI is in a bubble, and just like with any other innovation, it will not replace all work. Okay, so Eli says, I have a question about an error that I had. Yeah, you can go ahead. 0 Days says, the best resource for learning ethical hacking for free. The best resource for learning ethical hacking for free. I mean, we've got a lot of resources on our GitHub. So if you want to learn about different aspects of cybersecurity or, technology in general, then you can give this link a try. Okay, let's see. So the Horizon says, what I mean is privesc in SUID permissions is not about noticing a sus tool and then going to GTF opens. Loot the data in the SUID yourself. I mean, sometimes you're able to take a look at an SUID binary and like copy it over to your own machine to do some analysis on it. Sometimes it's possible, sometimes it's not. It really depends on the file permissions of the particular SUID binary in question. And Eli says, in one CTF, I tried to run a Python script and got an error that said couldn't initialize NSS. Couldn't initialize NSS. Do you know why that is? I mean, offhand, I don't know. You could try Googling around for that particular error message. Couldn't initialize NSS. That's my best advice for that. Okay, so we're going to be moving on to the next topic now. So topic 2 is done. Topic 3 is here. And topic 4 is on deck. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be trying out a new CTF site. And the CTF site is called BataMladen Wargames. And the link is over here. Okay, I've tried a little bit about this, a couple of levels from this wargame myself, and I think it's pretty interesting. Let me try logging in. Okay, log in. So Lam Buzla says, AI orgs plan on building data centers this year, like huge ones. Electricity is going to go up a lot. I mean, I've heard a lot of plans. I've heard a lot of plans for some countries to build like nuclear power plants just to power AI. Whether or not that's actually going to go through, not completely sure about that. But I mean, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure if anybody is able to do anything about this kind of progress. It's kind of But anyways, okay. So this is the war game here, and there's only a few levels for each one of these war games. So if we go over to our challenges here, we've got a few of these. So it's called The Shadow, Hogwarts, Jigsaw, and Zyphera. I'm not too sure which one is going to be the easiest one. Probably this one called Hogwarts. Let's go ahead and click on that. And yeah, if you got an account over here, well, I mean, we're accessing everything by SSH. I think anybody should be able to participate because SSH doesn't really worry about your web login, right? Thank you very much for following Cybernox. Okay, so let's see. Cybernox says, I heard of that one, that as well. Yeah, time will tell for sure. And Lam Buzla says, I mean, they might be able to do it right now, but in the very close future, of course, they will. Okay, good time to buy silver. Silver about to go to the moon. I mean, if you have the money to invest in stocks, then maybe that's the way you want to do it. Okay, so basically, this is another one of those war games where you need to log in through SSH. So SSH into the system to find the password for level 1. The password for this level is Hogwarts level 0. Okay, let's start. So SSH access is over here. So I'll just, I'll give everybody the SSH command here, as well as the password. You can try this out yourself. Okay, and this is the password. I'll join in on this. Yeah, so I mean, another thing we can do is we can do our write-ups. It's important to take careful notes whenever you're doing any exercises in cybersecurity, because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So let's go ahead and start up a little file for this. So this is BataMladen. Okay, and this is the Hogwarts CTF, and this is level 1. Okay, for each one of these levels, we'll record the URL where we can find it, and a couple other things. Actually, I guess the SSH command is something we want to record, and the password. and the method of solving the level. Okay. R34sec asks, did you solve the Sans Holiday hack challenges? No, I don't do the Sans Holiday hack challenges because they're not evergreen. So because they're not evergreen, I can't teach anybody with it. Well, I can't direct people to go and solve it themselves. So what I like to cover on the channel is I like to cover evergreen content that people can, challenges people can try out for themselves. Okay, so the SSH command is this, the password, let me grab it. The frog theme is dope, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and log in. So where's my remote access? Okay, we will continue connecting. So we've never done these challenges before, so if I'm not able to solve these challenges, I guess that's, well, I guess we don't solve them. So Wargames by BataMladen, great. So to run a computer command as administrator, oh, that's interesting. So in each one of these levels, you can go into like a debug mode by becoming the root user. But I don't think you're supposed to solve all of the challenges by becoming the root user, because that would be kind of beside the point. Okay, so let's take a look at the README. So welcome, you successfully SSH into the first level. Descriptions for the levels will be in the README files like this one. To SSH into the next level, you need to find the flag and submit its contents as a password. So flag format is WBM, password for next level. So enter the string between the brackets as your password for the next level in SSH. This challenge is easier to finish using a GUI. Really? That's interesting. And thank you very much for following on Twitch, GC class, or G class, thank you. So Cybernauts says, I'm new to the cyber world, I'm as noob can be. No worries, we were all noobs at one point. Okay, VMD, hello, nice to see you here. Does he reply on YouTube? I do reply on YouTube. So just, you have questions, go ahead and ask, and I'll try to answer as best I can. Okay, so this challenge is easier to finish using a GUI. So GUI is graphic user interface. That's why all the needed files are provided for download on your local PC on the readmes of the levels. It does not dwell on dreams or forget to live. Huh. So we need to hunt around for... I wonder what they mean about using the GUI. Cybernox says, I'm running my Kali on a UFSP. No worries. Whatever. So this is just flag.txt. It's here. Can we read it? So we're the Hogwarts level 0 user, right? So Hogwarts level 0. And we can just read the flag. So I guess this is just like a sanity check. So cat flag.txt. Welcome to Hogwarts. So I'm guessing that this is the password for the next level. Okay, we can submit the flag. Just copy it. Go over to the website. Paste the flag in there. Flag accepted, great. Okay, so the password is the stuff that's inside of the brackets. So this is the password for the next level. Okay, let's do our write-up, just so we can get to the next level. So method of solve. Just read the flag.txt file. Okay, and just for fun, we'll include the command we used, so cat flag.txt. Okay, and that's it. We can move on to the next one. Oh, that was level 0, right? Let me check. So this is level 0. Okay, so we'll call this file level 0. Move on to the next level. Okay, so looks like I forgot to set my timer. How much time are we going to allot for this? Let's do another 40 minutes of this challenge, and then we'll see where we're at the end of 40 minutes. Okay, we got level 0. We'll create the next file. We'll call it level 1. So the SSH command password, and the method of solve. That's not how you spell solve. Okay, let's go back to the site. So level 1. Okay, we've got our SSH command. So I'll just give everybody... Lambuzla says, how often do you stream? I stream on Wednesdays and Fridays. Thank you very much, Zidane, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Not often enough. I mean, I wish I could stream more often, but if I stream too often, it really... It's pretty straining. There's a lot of work that goes into organizing this kind of stuff. Okay, so welcome to Hogwarts is the password. Okay, hoping you'd be online more often. I mean, for right now, we're doing 2 streams a week. We might move back to a 3-streamer-a-week schedule later on in the year. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this stuff. SSH command is this, password is that thing. Arranging a schedule is something AI can help you with. I do use the AI to help me arrange a schedule, the schedule for the streams. It still takes time. It takes less time though. When I was doing this without AI, it took a lot longer. Let's just say that. So the method of solve. Let's get into the level. So, boom. Okay, and the password, let me grab that thing again. Lambuzla says, I kind of enjoy being here, not gonna lie, first time joining, but the ore I'm getting is so peaceful. Well, thank you. I mean, sometimes it can be a bit difficult because sometimes the chatters are argumentative. Okay, we got our README over here. Let's take a look at that thing. Actually, another thing we could do is we can take a look at every file in the directory here. So readme.txt, let's take a look. Level 1, Director Sync. So the SOC of the SOC of Ministry of Magic received multiple critical alerts from their domain controller. Domain controller, that's funny. It seems that a critical user has been compromised and is performing nasty magic using the DC Sync spell. Okay, so we're talking about Windows Active Directory attack called DC Sync. No, I'm not talking about you, SysOS Master. I'm not talking about you at all. In fact, I appreciate you being here. Thank you. So you're mandated to investigate the principal domain controller event logs to find the SAM account, lowercase of the compromised account, performing the bad stuff, the timestamp. This is actually a lot different than I thought it would be. So I thought this would be like Linux security stuff, but we're actually looking at Windows security stuff. Timestamp at the beginning of the attack, format this thing, the source IP used for the attack. So download the files from here. So files, Wargames, level 1. Huh. I mean, everybody's welcome to give this a try as well. I'll leave the link. LDAP and 80 stuff. Cool. Okay, so I think, I mean, we can download the stuff to our machine here. Let's do it somewhere else. Let's call this our research tab. Okay, so we'll just make a directory called level 1. Then we'll download the materials. So with wget. Oh. Okay, so this is, okay. We can't directly wget to download it. We need to click on the link. Where's that link? I mean, we can just paste this in, I guess. Okay, we the funny thing is that this is a security issue in itself. So this is a directory listing or directory what is it called again? So directory listing, directory indexing, this is a security flaw in web servers. So, anyways, let's copy this thing. Okay, so AB says, I will be the lead of my team in computer engineering college. Do you know topics that we could search on to build our graduation project for 2027? Any advice? Directory listing, indexing listing, you generally don't want, yeah, you generally don't want this. Um, well, I mean, I guess this is what you're trying to serve, but you definitely want to you want to configure your web server so it doesn't expose this kind of stuff. Anyways, download the stuff. So 7-zip. I forget how to do 7-zip from the terminal. So can we just do unzip, or is it like 7z? How do you use the command again? TLDR 7z. So list the contents of the archive. We want to extract. Extract the archive. Extract an archive preserving the original directory output. So X. So 7zx. 7zx. This thing. Okay. So we got logs and trace format, these two directories here. Oh boy, we're gonna have to look through all these logs and start looking for stuff. Lambusla says, "Is there a Discord channel available or an Instagram page to follow?" Yeah, I mean we've got a Reddit and we've got a Discord. If you want to check them out. So trace format. So this is more like what is it called? This is more like a blue team kind of exercise. Let's go back to the page. Actually, let's go back to the terminal. You're mandated to investigate the principal domain controller event logs defined, the SAM account name, the timestamp, the source IP address, the last legitimate IP used to log in before the attack. The findings have to be separated by a semicolon. So here's an example flag format. So we got WBM and then put all your stuff between your curly braces. So we need to find these things. So the SAM account of the SAM account name of the compromised account performing the bad stuff. So says trace formats is empty. Is it? It's, yeah, there's nothing here. So everything we're looking for is going to be inside the logs directory. So we need to look for like a SAM account name, right? SAM account name of the compromised account performing the bad stuff. So I mean, could we grep for every SAM account name? I mean, this isn't something I usually do. I would usually, refer to like an AI to help me out with this. So we could ask like Perplexity, something like, what grep command would I use to find every SAM account name in Windows logs? Okay, let me put on some new music and then we can continue. Where is my music playlist? Okay, to find every SAM account name value in text-formatted Windows log, use grep with the pattern that matches something something. Typical grep command. So look for SAM account name equals something. So SAM account name equals something. Well, I mean, we could probably just look for SAM account name in general. See if anything shows up. So grep recursive in this directory. Pattern is SAM account name. See what shows up. Nothing shows up. Am I? Well, I mean, yeah, we could probably run it in insensitive node. Insensitive, which means could be nope. Let's look for something a bit more generic. How about just SAM? Okay, we found it. We found something in here. So EVTX. So EVTX, is this like a binary file? Thanto, hello, nice to see you here. SAM as binary matches. Yup. Thanto, hey, I'm sorry to hear that you've been sick, but I hope you get well soon. So this is let's see, MS Windows Vista event log, okay, and next record number 204 dirty. Okay, there might be like other kinds of specialized software we could use to take a look at these Windows event logs. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube at Neutral. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's try it here. So grep for the pattern, SAM in here. So binary file matches. I mean, I guess we need to run strings then. This doesn't give us an account name. Okay. I was not expecting this to be like a blue team. I did not expect this to be a blue team game. You might be able to use PowerShell commands to read ETX files. Okay, so Thanto asks, I want to ask, are there any walkthrough rooms in TryHackMe for Windows API? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw one or two. Hold on, let me give you see if I can give you a hand. So you just need to search for Windows API in here. Yeah, Introduction to Windows API. Looks like there's a few of them. Let me just give you just paste this into your web browser. So EVTX. So we probably want to find like the correct software to read these EVTX files. I mean, we could just ask the question. What program can I use to read EVTX files in Linux? Okay, on Linux you cannot natively open EVTX files. You cannot natively open .evtx files in a GUI like a Windows event viewer, but you can read and parse them with several command line or browser-based tools. So EVTX dump, which is Rust-based, okay? Fast parser that dumps the logs as XML or JSON from the terminal. SysOS says Grok EVT. Grok EVT, is that what I think it is? Is that related to Twitter or X or whatever it is, the AI? Okay, so this is one of the most popular defer tools on Linux. EVTX dump. So there's also Python EVTX, EVTX E command, okay. Grok, oh, Grok EVT, okay. This is, right. Okay, event parser that can process EVTX files and is available on Kali and other security-related repos. So, I mean, which program to choose? The Network Master Gaming. Hello, nice to see you here. I've been coding for 15 hours and my my room is a sauna. I hope your room has a window. You might be able to air it out, if that's the case. I mean, these tools probably have like a GitHub project. Let's just try EVTX dump and see if it EVTX dump GitHub. Oh, okay. So, is this a Python tool? Python EVTX, but SysOS recommended the Grok EVT, whatever. Let's take a look. Actually, we might be able to install it directly from the command line. Let's see if it. Okay, not found. Let's see if there's a GitHub page. Here it is. So a collection of scripts built for reading Windows event log files. Thank you very much, Rafael, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, Lambuzla says, how long have you been in cybersecurity? I'm entering my sixth year studying cybersecurity stuff. So I started at the beginning of 2020. Okay, collection of scripts for reading Windows event log files. So this it's quickly becoming obsolete since it only supports the log format used in Windows 2003 and earlier. Newer versions of Windows use an even more complex file format for storing logs, and I've never found the time and motivation to add the newer format. Okay, so I mean, this might work, but it also says that, whoa, this was last updated 15 years ago, or 11 years ago. It's a pretty old tool. Okay, let's try. Does it teach us? So does it teach us how to run the tool? So see the main project site. Okay. What age did you start cybersecurity? 40. So I'm 40. Well, I turned 46 in a month or so. Okay, so you can download the latest released or grab the latest code out of the code repository. I mean, if it doesn't teach us how to use the tool, then we're gonna have to try something else. So Cypher asks, can I start at 42? Nothing stopping you from starting cybersecurity at 42. Nothing stopping you from starting cybersecurity at 52. It's just whether or not. Well, I mean, your goals have to be realistic if you're like an older person. In 6 years, Mr. Frog became a goat. Thank you. So try this one, and AC name. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, let me give this link a try. Oh, interesting. So this is a web app. This is a web application. All right. So drag and drop files here to click or click to browse. Bulk extractor. if you've got a link, then sign up for free credits. Oh, okay. So we can do some stuff for free, but if we try to do too much, it's going to ask us to pay for stuff. I mean, there's a lot of logs here. Let's just try any random one. Oh, bulk extractor was in Kali already? Bulk extractor. Okay, can we look at it now? So we uploaded it, we selected it, and now do we analyze? Okay, so this is... Man, I really chose I really thought that this challenge called Hogwarts would be a lot easier, but this is level 1, and we're already doing like intense blue team log analysis. Okay, let's see. 0.1 steps ahead of you, not any solutions yet, trying to find an answer. Yeah, no worries. And like Pocket Pixie, hello, nice to see you here. And what are we talking about? The quality in this stream is way better than another I saw 2 seconds ago. I'm not here to compare myself directly with any other streamers. I tried to do as best a job I can. And yeah, so SysOS Master, thank you for the link. Let me take a look. So I prefer not to run tools that have a quota that we can only make limited use of. Let's take a look at this thing. Okay, CyberKnox says, is it okay to do this on home Wi-Fi? I haven't looked into setups much, but I'm wondering if I can build labs or something like that. I mean, most of the time you don't need to build your own home lab when you learn cybersecurity stuff. If you're using platforms like TryHackMe or HackTheBox, they will, you know, you're using their labs, and which means you don't need to supply your own infrastructure. You can just use theirs. So as far as like your own study, yeah, you can definitely try building some home labs. I would recommend upgrading the. I hate to say this, but you could try. You'd probably want to get as much RAM as you can on your computer, because all the virtual machines, all the containers and stuff like that, they're all gonna consume RAM, and if you don't have enough RAM, then you're not going to be able to create your lab environment. Okay, so what we're doing, bulk extractor. Okay. So bulk extractor is a C++ program that scans a disk, image file, or directory of files and extracts useful information without parsing the file system or file system structures. Okay. Okay, Thanto says, I was completely new to this IT world 4 months ago. I only knew some basic Python and I thought I was a goat, but after taking some CS50 and Coursera courses, I was indeed not the goat. I mean, I'm still learning a lot as I do my cybersecurity journey. There's just too much to understand. There are too many technologies out there, and you're always feeling like you don't know enough. So if you ever feel like that, then you're not alone. Okay, so I think we need to install this thing first. So bulk extractor, right? So let's see. This doesn't exist. We need to install it. Okay, Pocket Pixie says 24, what was it? 24 gigabytes of RAM. That's what I'm running Kali on off of the USB. I mean, 24 gigs of RAM is, I'd say that's pretty good. You might run into a problem if you start running Windows virtual machines. But for Linux virtual machines, you could probably run a few Linux virtual machines at the same time. But Windows is very, very RAM hungry as far as running virtual machines is concerned. Didn't we just install the thing? Okay, so how do you run the program then? So bulk, oh, it's bulk underscore extractor. Man, why do they do this? Okay, Sick in the Mind says, I mean, it really depends on what you need to do on Windows. I've done labs with 1 gigabyte of RAM on each box. Wow. 1 gigabyte of RAM for Windows machines. I mean, I suppose it's okay if you're logging into the Windows machines via like a terminal. If you're doing graphic user interface, it's probably going to be super unresponsive. Well, I mean, that's my guess. Thento says, bro, complaining about 24 gigabytes while I only have 4 gigabytes. Pulsar Music Official says, I'm in my second semester of a cybersecurity college program. Learned so much in a few months. Found your channel while doing a neat assignment. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so let's see. SysOS says to mess with people. Okay, and I practiced an entire AD lab for my MC ITP with like 8 machines with 32 gigabytes of RAM, 1 gigabyte of RAM for each box, and like 2 Linux boxes. I mean, that's some real resource management right there. Sick in the Mind says, it's not like you need to use each box intensively each time. I mean, you could probably provision less RAM for the boxes that you're not actually interacting with. But yeah, how do you run this thing? So scans a disk image. Let's try some TLDR. The cache hasn't been updated for a long time. Okay, so you should probably run TLDR update. Well, let's do that then. Could not cache. Do we need to run it as sudo? Still doesn't like this. Could not update cache, caused by could not download TLDR page files. Huh, I wonder where that is. Oh well, I guess we can't use it. I'm going to give up on the log analysis. I think I might give up on the log analysis as well. I was not prepared to do log analysis. But you know what? We might want to take a look at like another challenge from the same website. So this was kind of a, well, this is what happens when you're doing stuff live on stream. Okay, let's try. There's Jugsaw, there's the Shadows. I tried like a level or two from this. And it's supposed to be, well, I mean, it's based on like the movie Saw. Anyways, yeah. Anyways, we'll complete our write-up here. This is some Windows event log slogging exercise. And we'll just leave it there. So as master, this is a command I use, bulk extractor -o logs. Ah, okay. I mean, getting that to, well, I mean, we probably just want to run it recursively on like everything. Okay, Pulsar Music Official says, your video on Over-the-Wire Bandit is part of my assignment for completing Bandit to learn Bash basics before transitioning to script automation projects in Bash. Yeah, I mean, Over the Wire Bandit it's a classic. Let's try making another write-up directory for. So this is going to be Jigsaw. We'll call this level 0. Although we're not going to get too far in here, but from what I saw from this challenge when I was just checking it out, it's more like your typical Linux stuff, which is much more what we're used to doing. Cybernox says, aside from setting up passwords for accounts on Kali and updates, are there any configurations I should be looking into for Kali Linux? I mean, you don't need to do anything special for Kali Linux. Just, you can basically just use it straight out of the box. If there's anything that you need to download, if there's anything you need to install or download, you can just do that on the fly. One important thing that you should do for your Kali Linux box is to take a snapshot after you've finished installing everything. And, you make sure it works so that you can go back to a clean snapshot just in case you accidentally screw up the environment. Doing Windows stuff on Linux is always more pain than fun. I mean, that's true. That's one of the reasons why we're moving on to the next thing. Cybernox says, somebody said something about VPNs. I guess I won't need that for Hack the Box or TryHackMe. You will be using VPN keys to access TryHackMe or Hack the Box's private networks. But you don't necessarily have to get a VPN connection to browse the web or anything like that. Pulsar Music Video says, instead of Snapshot, I've just cloned a gold copy to revert it to if it bricks. I mean, if your Kali Linux box, just keep your ISO or your virtual machine files sitting around, the initial one, so that in case it goes all south, you can just create a new virtual machine. Up to you. Okay, so this one's called Jigsaw. So it's a very... well... okay, so this is the SSH command, and this is the level password. We're not gonna be able to get too far. We only have like 7 minutes left. We'll see if we want to spend a little bit more time here in just a second. Okay. So this is going to be... what's our SSH command? This one here. Okay, do you want to continue connecting? Yes. What's the password? The password is Jigsaw level 0. Permission denied. Okay, now we're in. So I mean, same thing that we encountered in the previous game. We need to read our readme.txt files. Bro just deleted text from left to right. I mean, sometimes I do some silly things in the stream. Do as I say, not as I do. You successfully SSH into the first level. Okay, to SSH into the next level, you need to find the flag and submit its contents to the password. So I'm pretty sure this is just like the other level, just catflag.txt. Okay, let's play a game. So the actual password for the next level is this. So we can just do our very simple write-up here. We need our SSH command, our password, and our method of solve.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Thank you very much for redeeming Wargames, Defus. Defus, thank you very much.
Is this A hacking?
This is a hacking. Anytime you're on the terminal, you're doing a hacking. Okay, let's continue. So this is the password that we got from, well, this is the password for this level. So to solve this level, just read flag.txt. Okay, and then we'll move on to the next level. Okay, Pulsar Music asks, do you have any certificates, degrees, or diplomas? I mean, I've got degrees, just not in cybersecurity. I've got a fine arts degree, which I use to great effect. Okay, so the next level is level 1. As far as certifications are concerned, I have used... Sorry, I have gotten myself my EJPT. The EJPT is a very beginner-centric offensive security certification from eLearn Security, but I mean, it was good to be able to study that material as well. I have done the OSCP materials and have taken the OSCP exam. I did not get my OSCP, but yeah, a lot of people have to retake the OSCP before they eventually get it. I've never retaken mine. Okay, so SSH command is here, password is here, method of solve is here. The Morgan Dev says, can you hack my website and pen test it if I give you permission? Yeah, I mean, I generally turn down requests like that because you need to draft legal documents and stuff like that. Otherwise, you can get in trouble. And doing it live on stream, that might break, terms of service and stuff like that. So I generally don't pen test other people's websites, especially, yeah, it's tough. Okay, Sick of the Mind says, I feel like you could pass it. I mean, at this point, I could probably pass it, especially now that I've done more practice with Windows Active Directory hack and stuff. But I mean, it costs a lot of money. It costs a lot of money to retake those exams. Okay, let's go back. So this is level 1. Pulsar Music says, a lot of people fail that one, need to really understand to put in the work to pass it. That must be why it's the industry standard for penetration testing. Hey buddy, what's happening? So we're just, we're working on CTF challenges over at this website over here. It's called BataMladen. I'll give you the link in just a sec. This is our SSH command. Our password is let's play a game. So yeah, if you want to take a look at the stuff we're looking at right now, this is the website. You can make an account for free over here. Okay, Pulsar Music says a lot of, what was it? What is the biggest challenge and biggest tips for OSCP? Was it the AD chain that hung you up or the standalone machines? So when I did OSCP, there was no AD stuff. I did it quite a few years ago, maybe back in 2021. Let's talk about it for a little bit. So the OSCP cert and course and exam. Because a lot of people are interested because this is the gold standard for pen testing and bypassing HR filters. They like to see that you've got this thing. It'll usually get, well, it's more likely to get you an interview if you've got this. The thing about the OSCP exam is, well, why is it hard? The OSCP exam is hard because they don't teach you. They don't teach you exactly the skills, you need to pass the exam. So every other certification, if you know the materials that they teach in the course, you should be able to pass the exam. This is not the case for the OSCP exam, and because you're expected to try harder. Version 1, yeah. So I didn't learn with version 1. Cobfather has followed. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Cobfather. They don't tell you what you need to know. I mean, it's probably better now because modern OSCP or modern OSCP exams heavily incorporate Windows AD testing. So past OSCP exams didn't, and instead included binary exploitation. Not that I'm saying that binary exploitation is, you'll never see it, but it's very, very rare to see this kind of thing on pen testing engagements these days. Sick in the Mind says, currently they align the content to the exam way better. Yeah. So, I mean, the problem with the OSCP certification is that it's really expensive. So I think you probably pay something like $1,700 USD for the course and one test attempt. But these days, the OSCP certification is not evergreen anymore, which means you need to pay, what was it? Is it an annual fee? Or once every X number of years? Okay, Silver asks, are you good at debugging and reverse engineering? OSCP is... Are you good at debugging and reverse engineering? I mean, I've been trying to teach myself reverse engineering skills. I wouldn't say I'm like super talented at it. I can do some easy level reverse engineering challenges. Let's just say that. OSCP is always. OSCP Plus is optional, which renews every 3 years. Okay, so... Sorry, I didn't... Okay, Defus asks, would you consider making a tutorial on how to install Goad and hack it on stream? Goad, yeah, Game of Active Directory. That's a pretty popular topic. So people who are trying to deeply learn Active Directory, there's a project called Game of Active Directory that you can download and deploy here. It's probably a good idea to learn how to deploy Active Directory environments like this. It'll teach you about Active Directory from an administrator's point of view. Actually hacking in is like, actually hacking into the machines is kind of a bonus at that point. But I'd say just learning how to set up the infrastructure would be a pretty useful exercise. Not that I've done it myself, it's just something I'm kind of predicting here. So as far as learning Active Directory hacking stuff, I'd say that the best way to learn Active Directory hacking would be to do a lot of challenges from Hack the Box. So Hack the Box, I'm talking about paid content. So get a paid subscription for Hack the Box and then find, like, there are hundreds of Active Directory challenges, and then just work your way through them. Take meticulous notes, and you should be able to become much better at Active Directory hacking. But yeah, Sick in the Mind says OSCP Plus is the so OSCP cert is evergreen. Okay, so is evergreen, so you don't need to renew it. The new cert is called OSCP Plus. Needs to be renewed every X number of years. Okay, Cybernox says, I'm thinking of waiting a bit before getting the sub. So much free content to go through still. Yeah, I mean, if you want to learn specifically about Active Directory hacking, you're probably better off subscribing to Hack the Box because they've got a lot of stuff there. If you want to learn Active Directory hacking for free, we've got like you can probably go through the machines, the challenges over at like Vulnix. So vulnix.com has a bunch of free machines you can try out. Well, let's get the Windows machines in particular. You can filter by Windows over, yeah. So just go here, filter by the Windows machines. They've got like, how many of them do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they got like a dozen. They have a dozen of them over here. There's also another website called HackMyVM. And I think they've got something like 8 or 9 different Windows machines that you can hack into over there as well. So if we go here, we look for machines, and we only look for Windows. They've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, they've got like a dozen machines here as well. What are we talking about? Who are we talking about banning? Oh, there was someone spamming, really. I didn't see the messages. Anyway, Legendary Ghost Eyes, hello. Cybersecurity is crazy. Hold on, who was spamming? So SysOS says all the ones with DC or domain controllers, AD boxes. Yeah, I mean there are other AD boxes here aside from the DC ones, but just do a bit of research. Look for a write-up. Most of the write-ups will tell you at the very beginning whether or not the Windows is an AD box. Another thing you could try is you could just try downloading the box and deploying it. You should be able to figure out if it's an Active Directory box pretty quickly. Yo Gamer spammed hi. Yo Gamer, where's he at? Oh, hi Yo Gamer, hello. Nice to see you here. Anyways, I think we can move on into our, well, the next thing that we're going to be covering today. So it is... So Defus says, I put 3 or 4 weeks into doing all the easy and medium VulnLab boxes. This gave me a complete AD noob. This gave me, as a complete AD noob, a very solid understanding, but it costs very little money. So VulnLab. Oh, VulnLab. Yeah. So VulnLab is it's another CTF platform, but this one is, I heard that VulnLab was bought by Hack the Box. So you should be able to find VulnLab boxes on Hack the Box. So you don't necessarily need to use VulnLab. You can just use Hack the Box because they've got the VulnLab machines. But let me know what the difference is. I haven't used VulnLab myself very much. And FFUP, hello, nice to see you here, and thank you very much. Okay, Cypher says, I've been trying free TryHackMe for 3 months. I'm neglecting my life to speed through premium machines. I mean, that's the thing. If you ever get like a subscription for some platform, you might feel like you need to only do that platform's content. Defa says, the VMs are super high quality. Yeah, most of them are on Hack the Box now, but the chains are only on the Pro Lab subs on VulnLab. Really? So it's still cheaper. It's still cheaper on VulnLab. Oh, right. There's tiers, right? There's like a top tier and there's like basic tier on subscriptions to Hack the Box. Okay, so we're gonna try learning some new stuff for this next topic. So we're going to be learning about prototype pollution. So this is kind of It's kind of obscure. You don't encounter it very often, but I've every once in a while I'll hear about prototype pollution as a web app security bug, and I really want to learn about it. Okay, so Legendary Ghost Eye says, last week I've been trying hack me and I've been stuck at the same point for 2 weeks. What are you getting stuck on try hack me, Legendary Ghost Eyes? Let us know. Maybe we can help you out. Okay, so we're doing topic number 4. And topic number 5 is on deck. Okay, let's put 60 minutes on the clock. Well, yeah, we'll do 60 minutes on the clock and we'll see where we're at after an hour or so. SysOS says, JavaScript prototypes? Yeah, we're talking about, JavaScript object pollution. So we're going to try to understand what this is. I've never really encountered this, but I've never really learned about it before, so we're going to be learning together. Legendary Ghost Eyes says, I tried to watch your video, but I'm stuck. So Legendary Ghost Eyes, which module, which room are you working through on Try Hack Me? Cybernox says, haven't looked into VulnLab. Let's drop the link. Here you go. So this is magic and not many people know about it. We'll see. Well, let's take a look. Okay, prototype pollution, basic and easy room. Basic and easy room. Can you give me the name? Can you give me the name of the room? Maybe we can help you out. Okay, so what is prototype pollution? So prototype pollution is a JavaScript vulnerability that enables an attacker to add arbitrary properties to global object prototypes, which may then be inherited by user-defined objects. So what do we got going on here? So we have a URL, which interacts, so our user object interacts with the object prototype, and it gets passed down to other parts of the application. So although prototype pollution is often unexploitable. So this is why we don't see it very often, huh? Prototype pollution is often unexploitable as a standalone vulnerability. It lets an attacker control properties of objects that would otherwise be inaccessible. If the application subsequently handles an attacker-controlled property in an unsafe way, this can potentially be chained with other vulnerabilities. In client-side JavaScript, this commonly leads to DOM XSS, while server-side prototype pollution can result in remote code execution. Properties of objects? What kind of objects? I mean, we're talking about JavaScript objects. So labs. Okay, so let's talk about how do prototype pollution vulnerabilities arise. I just got a 10-minute... Whoa, Muso Animations just got a 10-minute ad on YouTube? That doesn't sound right. You should be able to skip the ad if it's super long. I mean, I understand ads are a bit more annoying on Twitch as opposed to YouTube, but the YouTube ads can usually be skipped in like 10 seconds or so. Mine was like a minute and a half. They're usually like 90-second ads. If you ever have ads happening, let me know in chat, and then I can stop and take a little break, because we don't want anybody to miss any of this stuff. Okay, so SysOS says, I believe this was part of the recent React vulnerability. I'm not sure if I remember that correctly. No, I had to leave and come back. Oh, yeah, I mean, you might be able to reload the page, and that'll skip the ad. Okay, so prototype pollution vulnerabilities typically arise when a JavaScript function recursively merges an object container user-controllable properties into an existing object without first sanitizing the keys. This can allow an attacker to inject a property with a key like proto, along with arbitrary nested properties. Due to the special meaning of proto in a JavaScript context, the merge operation may assign the nested properties to the object's prototype instead of the target object itself. Okay? As a result, the attacker can pollute the prototype with properties containing harmful values, which may subsequently be used by the application in a dangerous way. So it's possible to pollute any prototype object, but this most commonly occurs with a built-in global object.prototype. Successful exploitation of prototype pollution requires the following key components. A prototype pollution source. This is any input that enables you to poison prototype objects with arbitrary properties. A sink, in other words, a JavaScript function or DOM element that enables arbitrary code execution. And an exploitable gadget. So this is any property that is passed into a sink without proper filtering or sanitization. Okay, so who was asking about vibe coding? Sorry, am I caught up with chat? Oh, Randolph. So Randolph is probably looking at a past part of the live stream. So Randolph probably can't hear what we're talking about right now. Okay, so prototype pollution sources. So prototype pollution source is any user controllable input which enables you to add arbitrary properties to prototype objects. The most common sources are as follows. We've got the URL via the query or fragment string, JSON-based input, or web messages. So prototype pollution via the URL, considering the following URL, which contains an attacker constructed query string. So, I mean, I'll give this to the chat. So HTTPS vulnerable website / oh, we're giving this as the URL parameter here. Interesting. Okay, do you have a Discord? Yeah, we've got a Discord and a Reddit, if you want to check them out. When breaking down the query string into the key value pairs, a URL parser may interpret proto as an arbitrary string. But let's look at what happens if these key values are subsequently merged into existing objects as properties. You might think that the proto property along with its nested evil property will just be added to the target objects as follows. Okay, proto, evil property payload. So, however, this isn't the case. At some point, the recursive merge operation may assign the value of evil property using a statement equivalent to the following. So, target object dot proto dot evil property equals payload. During this assignment, the JavaScript engine treats proto as a getter for the prototype. As a result, evil property is assigned to the returned prototype object rather than the target object itself. Assuming that the target object uses the default object.prototype, all objects in the JavaScript runtime will now inherit the evil property. Okay, SysOS says this is due to URLs often getting converted to a JavaScript object for processing, for example in routers in SPA. So unless they already have a property of their own with a matching key. So I mean, this isn't something I'm super well versed in. I really want to learn more about JavaScript, and yeah. This is the type of thing I feel like I need to get better at if I want to become a better web app security tester. So in practice, injecting a property called evil property is unlikely to have any effect. Oh, wait. However, an attacker can use the same technique to pollute the prototype with properties that are used by the application or any imported libraries. So prototype pollution via JSON input. User controllable objects are derived from a JSON string using the JSON.parse method. Interestingly, JSON.parse also treats any key in the JSON object as an arbitrary string, including things like proto. This provides another potential vector for prototype pollution. So I mean, the interesting thing about about adding potential code strings into your user input is that anything could potentially be interpreted as code instead of just regular strings. Cybernerd Dante, hello, nice to see you here. Prototype pollution, I've been waiting to learn about this one. SysOS says this is advanced JavaScript with knowledge needing on how JavaScript engines work. I mean, I used to see this kind of vulnerability when I was doing web app security testing. So, well, let me talk about this for just a sec. So, in my web app security testing days, well, I mean, when you do web app security testing, you use a lot of Burp Suite. Burp Suite automated scanner. And the Burp Suite automated scanner does a lot of heavy lifting when doing web app pen tests. So usually it will point a pen tester at potential vulnerabilities to investigate. That's not how you spell investigate. Investigate. So one problem with using the web app automated scanner is that the automated scanner can often give you a lot of false positives. If you start chasing these false positives, you'll have a bad time. But one thing that I often saw, you often see prototype pollution as a reported vulnerability. Okay, Pulsar Music Official says, currently I actually have an assignment in my exploits class. Exploited DVWA with an XSS, SQLI, and much more. Okay, we could, to set up a victim machine as a LAMP server to begin the assignment. The teacher went over Burp Suite today. Yeah, I mean, it's a very common tool. I'm sure that whoever instructor is going to reference that kind of stuff, especially if they're talking about web app security testing. So, I mean, in Burp Suite, when you do automated scanning on a new app, you'll very often see prototype pollution as a reported vulnerability. I used to talk to my comrades. So when I consulted my coworkers about whether or not to look into it. So PP as prototype pollution. They told me not to bother, since it's often unexploitable. Okay, Frackery, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so, I mean, now, I really want to learn about what this actual, this boogeyman over here, prototype pollution is. I mean, along with prototype pollution, I also often saw reports of insecure deserialization. But we've actually looked into insecure deserialization like a couple of months ago on the live stream. Okay, Saif, hello, nice to see you here. Can you do me a favor and explain what is happening? So, I mean, we're trying to learn about this particular web application vulnerability called prototype pollution. Okay, so prototype pollution via JSON input. So in this case, we can, anytime the application saves something as JSON, then we can potentially put malicious code in there. So if this is converted into a JavaScript object via JSON parse, then the resulting object will have the property with the key proto. So constant object literal proto with evil property payload. Okay, if the object created by a JSON parse is subsequently merged into an existing object without proper key sanitization, this will also lead to prototype pollution during the assignment, as we saw in the previous URL-based example. Okay, this could help when I make a website. I mean, generally when you're creating a website code, you just need to make sure that you're doing certain things with user input. So user input for websites. Oh, okay, this is the topic. Just make sure you are sanitizing the input for special characters. But the most important thing is to make sure that any special characters that could be used for user input are escaped. Gosh, what were the other things I needed to do to the user input? It's pretty important for SQL stuff. Parameterized queries. I mean, this is for SQL specifically. Okay, Frackery says, just let the AI make my websites now and tell it to follow the OWASP top 10 and mitigate all of them in the web app. I mean, if you tell the AI to make the website and to, make it secure, you can tell it to do that. Whether or not it actually does that, that's kind of that's the real big question, isn't it? Okay, DieDevX says, after inserting evil property, I'm guessing XSS is needed to exploit it. Yeah, I think, well, I mean, I haven't gone through this yet, but they talked about most of the time when you take advantage of prototype pollution, then DOM XSS is the result. Okay, so a prototype pollution sink is essentially just a JavaScript function or a DOM element that you're able to access via prototype pollution, which enables you to execute arbitrary JavaScript or system commands. So we covered some of the client-side sinks extensively in our topic on DOM XSS. So as prototype pollution lets you control properties that would otherwise be inaccessible, this potentially enables you to reach a number of additional sinks within the target application. So developers who are unfamiliar with prototype pollution may wrongly assume that these properties are not user controllable, which means that there are only minimal filtering or sanitizations in place. Okay, so gadgets. Oh, you need gadgets to take advantage of this? Okay, so Loki says, "Hi, the Shy Hat. Can you enter politics somewhere on Twitch?" What? Can you enter politics somewhere on Twitch under the options where you can enter smoking, alcohol consumption, and vulgar language? This has the advantage that Twitch will no longer show ads. I mean, I would not want to categorize my stream as political or like, age restricted, because the channel is supposed to be all ages. I mean, if you're asking, if you're asking me to do this because you don't want to see ads, the ads actually help me out. Well, they help me out because they make me money. They also help me out because they give me an opportunity to have a little break and to drink some water, which is something I need to do. I need to pay attention to when the ads are actually going on. DieDevX says, I think he's trying to take away your ad revenue. Well, Okay, so Second of Mind says, imagine not subbing and asking him to go to a category that he doesn't get paid for. I mean, I think that I don't like looking at ads either. It's just that the ad system kind of helps me. It helps me keep going because I gotta drink water when the ads are running. Cobfather says uBlock Origin. I mean, you can also install like extensions on your browser to skip the ads, like what Cobfather is talking about. Okay, Ichio Venki says, I completed the JS tutorial, and what can I do with this language? what can I do with this language? Okay, JavaScript. I mean, the fields of web app hacking, cybersecurity, where can I use this? Should I learn to... Do I need to learn DOM? SysOS Master says, take a water break. Yeah, I'll take a water break when the next ad runs around. But thank you very much for the encouragement. I mean, JavaScript. JavaScript is... It's important to know some basics about JavaScript in order to do web app security testing, especially when you're dealing with cross-site scripting, right? JavaScript for web app pen testers. So you'll use JavaScript to create exploit payloads, especially for cross-site scripting. XSS. Okay, DieDevX says, is there some controversy about YouTube not allowing ad blockers recently? I don't think I've seen that, but if you got a link, let us know about it. But yeah, I mean, definitely, if you plan on making web app pen testing your thing, you definitely need to learn about the languages that are being used to create these web apps. So stuff like JavaScript, yeah, learn your basic HTML, well, your basic HTML and CSS. Not that they're super relevant, but also like common languages like PHP, if you want to do testing against PHP apps, other stuff like that. DieDev says, is this Valhalla music? Yeah, it is Valhalla music. It's really good. Anyways, let's see. SysOS says DOM is the document object model. It's the abstraction of the document. Okay, let's go back. So example of prototype pollution gadgets. Many JavaScript libraries accept an object that developers can use to set different configuration options. The library code checks whether the developer has explicitly added certain properties to the object, and if so, adjusts the configuration accordingly. So if a property that represents a particular option is not present, a predefined default option is often used instead. A simplified example may look something like this. Let me copy this. So let transport URL equals config.transport.url, and then or, is this or? Or defaults.transport URL. Okay. So let's imagine that the library code uses transport URL to add a script reference to the page. Let script equals this thing. Script.source equals, oh, interesting. So transport URL is being used as part of another parameter here. Here's a link to the article. YouTube is breaking ad blockers again. I mean, I guess this is a constant like cat and mouse game. YouTube doesn't want to let people skip ads. People don't want to watch ads. You know, all that other good stuff. So you're gonna have like an escalation, right? YouTube blocks ads. Ad blocker devs update their code, and then YouTube blocks ads again, etc., etc. I have Brave. I never get ads anywhere. I mean, Brave doesn't work with Twitch, at least not by default. But thank you very much, DieDevX, for the article. I think I'll look at it in my own time. Thank you. Okay, so if the website's developers haven't set a transport URL property on their config object, this is a potential gadget. In cases where an attacker is able to pollute the global objects.prototype with their own transport URL property, this will be inherited by the config object and therefore set as the source for this script to the domain of the attacker's choosing, okay? if the prototype can be polluted via query parameter, and thank you very much for Shylav, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, thank you. For example, the attacker would simply have to induce the victim to visit a specifically crafted URL to cause their browser to import a malicious JavaScript file from an attacker-controlled domain. So this kind of reminds me of reflected cross-site scripting. Oh, okay. Yeah. So providing a data URL, the attacker can also directly embed an XSS payload within the query string as follows. So we got the vulnerable URL. We create proto transport URL data alert 1. Oh, okay. So this is introducing some sort of JavaScript payload. Okay, notice the trailing / in this example to simply comment out the hard-coded example.js suffix. Okay, so we're going to try these two labs to try to understand how prototype pollution works. Let's take a look at how these vulnerabilities work in real-world applications. So let's try this out. Ivan Rosen, hello, nice to see you here. Always learning. Yeah, I'm learning as well. I'm trying to learn about new things like this right here, prototype pollution. And if it helps you understand better about security, then I am happy. So you'll learn how to find client-side prototype pollution vulnerabilities in the wild. To help solidify your understanding of how these vulnerabilities work, we'll cover how to do this manually, as well as how you can use the DOM invader to automate much of the process. So you also have the chance to practice what you've learned by exploiting prototype pollution for DOM XSS on some deliberately vulnerable labs. Wait, is this not the lab environment? Oh, okay, it's not. Okay. Finding client-side prototype pollution sources manually. So finding these sources manually is largely a case of trial and error. In short, you need to try different ways of adding an arbitrary property to object.prototype until you find a source that works. So when testing for client-side vulnerabilities, this involves the following high-level steps. Try to inject an arbitrary property via query string, URL fragment, or any JSON input. Okay, so this is the kind of thing that we were talking about with the Burp Suite automated scanner, because the Burp Suite automated scanner, it basically sends fuzzing payloads to every endpoint that it finds in the web app you're talking about. Okay, sorry, we got ads running right now, so this is where I'm going to take my opportunity to have a water break. But when we take a water break, we also put on the birds. How about we put on these birds? Okay, we'll be back in about 40 seconds. I just need to have a little bit of water. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. But yeah, the Burp Suite automated scanner, it sends a lot of fuzzing payloads to every endpoint in the application that you specify to it. And as a result, it's able to identify potential prototype pollution vulnerabilities. Cypher says, nice rainbow lorikeets in your garden. These are not rainbow lorikeets. These are northern flicker woodpeckers. So these guys right here. I mean, they're one of the most beautiful birds in my area, and if you live in North America, you more than likely have these guys in your woods. Pretty sure they're kookaburras. Yeah, they're the. Well, I mean, believe what you want to believe, I suppose. Anyways, let's get back to hacking the thing. WebLM attacks, not this. Okay, so try to inject an arbitrary value. Okay, in your browser console, inspect object.prototype to see if you've successfully polluted it with your arbitrary property. I've never looked into this before. Giovanni says our CLG gave access to Red Hat Linux and AWS cloud computing. Should I watch them, or should I watch? Should I follow YouTube? What are we talking about? Pulsar Music says, I subbed, I have to go to sleep. Hope to study with you another time. No worries, Pulsar Music. You know what we haven't done? We haven't done our video redeems in a while. How about we show you out with some Nyan Cat? There you go. So if the property was not added to the prototype, try using different techniques, such as switching out the dot notation rather to a bracket notation or vice versa. Repeat this process for each potential source. Okay, let's get some tips. So if neither of these techniques are successful, you still may be able to pollute the prototype via its constructor. We'll cover more how to do this in detail later, okay? Oh, your college gave you access to Red Hat Linux servers and AWS cloud computing. Should I watch them, or should I follow? Thank you for the Nyan Cat redeem, Trash Dragon, thank you. Finding client-side prototype pollution sources via the DOM invader. So most of the time, we're looking for prototype pollution. We have to use like an automated tool. On Burp Suite, there's something called the DOM invader that you can use for just that. Nice cat, thank you. Okay. So as you can see, finding prototype pollution sources manually can be fairly tedious. Instead, we recommend using the DOM invader, which comes pre-installed with Burp's built-in browser. DOM invader is able to automatically test for prototype pollution as you browse, which can save you a considerable amount of time and effort. Okay. Finding client-side prototype pollution gadgets manually. Didn't we just take a look at this? Oh, sources. Okay, so we're looking for sources versus gadgets. Okay, so once you've identified a source that lets you add arbitrary properties to the global object.prototype, the next step is to find a suitable gadget that you can use to craft an exploit. So in practice, we recommend using the DOM invader to do this, but it's useful to look at the manual process as it helps you solidify your understanding of the vulnerability. Okay, so look through the source code and identify any properties that are used by the application or any libraries that it imports. This is really something that we should be leaving for automated tools. Okay. So in Burp, enable response interception, proxy options intercept server responses, and intercept the response containing the JavaScript that you want to test. Add a debugger statement at the start of the script, then forward any remaining requests and responses. In Burp's browser, go to the page on which the target script is loaded. The debugger statement pauses execution on the script. While the script is paused, switch your console and enter the following command, replacing your property with one of the properties you think is a potential gadget. So I kind of want to just skip over to the lab, and then we'll come back to this to take a look at it later. So DOM XSS via client-side prototype pollution. Okay, let's just take a look at this lab. So for the people who are following along at home, this is the link. So what are we doing here? So this lab is vulnerable to DOM XSS via client-side prototype pollution. To solve the lab, find a source that he can use to add arbitrary properties to the global object.prototype. Identify a gadget property that allows you to execute arbitrary JavaScript, and combine these to call an alert. You can solve this lab manually in your browser, or use the DOM invader to help you. So we're probably going to need to use the DOM invader, but we might benefit from coming back later to do it manually. Okay, let's access the lab. This is probably something we're going to have to look at the walkthrough to achieve, because I've never done this before. Okay, log in with our account. So after this is done logging in, we can fire up our Burp Suite program. Actually, let's do that right now. So we're just going to go over to Kali. Burp Suite is the program we're going to be using to interact with this web application. It's a very common security testing tool. And in fact, people who work professionally in web app security, it's basically the primary tool that they use to do their testing. Okay, this is a bad gateway. That's weird. Okay, so this starts up. Burp Suite starts up. We need to start the Burp Suite browser inside of Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite, you got a bunch of different tabs with the different tools we can use. You're generally going to be switching between the proxy, intruder, and repeater tabs when you're doing most of your easy level CTF challenges, or like web app security labs. Mostly the proxy and the repeater, actually. So we're going to go over to the proxy tab, then we're going to open the browser. So this is going to open up the web browser that's attached to Burp Suite. Ichiavenki says, how much time in a day do you do to solve CTFs and pen testing and cybersecurity? I mean, I probably spend more, well, how much time do I spend solving CTFs and pen testing and cybersecurity stuff? I need to teach. I need to teach this stuff. I need to solve challenges on stream, so I spend like a good amount of time, especially on stream, I suppose. Off stream as well. Okay, so we got the Burp Suite browser running here, and we need to put the lab environment here. Let's reload this page. Legend? I mean, I wouldn't call myself a legend. I'm just a person who's trying to help people out on YouTube and Twitch. Did this thing not spin up properly? Let's try it again. It looks like usually PortSwigger Labs are pretty responsive, but right now it seems like they're not. It looks like they are not. Let's try running this thing through the Burp Suite browser. So I guess the property we're trying to modify is return URL. I mean, we haven't seen what the lab environment looks like yet. So everybody, let me know if your lab environment spins up properly. Here's the lab link. I just want to make sure that this isn't a me problem and it's a PortSwigger problem. Okay, DiDevX has just started up Kali Linux. Usually the virtual machines or the cloud machines that that host the labs on PortSwigger, they're usually very, very quick. I mean, if we can't get this to work, we're going to have to switch over to another topic. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, RJ. Davka says, what does old habits die hard mean? What does old habits die hard? It means that it's hard to switch your way of thinking or your habits. It's working on my machine. I'm not sure why it's not working for me. Let me try another lab. So let's try the other lab, which is the same, well, slightly different. Okay. I'm not too sure what might be getting in the way of the lab starting up. Okay, so this one started up. So it's just that the other lab didn't feel like working. Okay, let's go back to the other lab. We'll try starting it up one more time. Okay, now, well, okay, start up the lab. Maybe what we should do first is we should log in. Actually, are we logged in? Yeah, we're logged in, okay. But for some reason, well, I mean, I guess it's just this one lab environment that's screwing up for us. Let's see. Let me go to the labs. And we'll see if there's anything. So everything in prototype pollution is at the practitioner level. There's no easy level prototype pollution labs, unfortunately. So okay. So client-side prototype pollution via browser APIs. Let's try this one. Well, I mean, anytime you do a live demonstration of something, there's a possibility that everything could go horribly wrong. MCMP or MCMC piece. Hello, nice to see you here. What are you doing? Is this THM, HDB, or PortSwigger? This is PortSwigger. So we're doing this lab, it looks like. So this is, what is it called? Client-side prototype pollution via browser APIs. So the lab is vulnerable to DOM XSS via client-side prototype pollution. This website's developers have noticed a potential gadget and attempted to patch it, however you can bypass the measures they've taken. To solve the lab, find the source that you can add arbitrary properties to the global object prototype. So how are we supposed to know what property in proto to modify? I mean, we're gonna completely walk through this one because we haven't done this stuff before. So we'll try to take this apart as we solve it. So find the source that you can use to add arbitrary properties to object prototype. Identify a gadget property that allows you to execute arbitrary JavaScript. Combine these to call alert. So your classic cross-site scripting payload here. Okay, do you need professional version to do this? I don't think so. There are certain labs on PortSwigger where you need the professional version. This is not one of them. Okay, so we've got our lab. And let's put this in the Burp Suite browser. Okay, it's here. So there's something called the DOM Invader, which is a specialized tool inside the Burp Suite browser, which we can access from here. It's like an extension. Okay, so we go here, we manage our extensions. Wait, where's the DOM invader? Just a second, everybody. So it's not tab search, it's I was just looking at it this morning. Hold on, let me look at page source. So I think it, no. Inspector. So inside of the inspector, there's something called the DOM invader tab. Well, there's a DOM invader tab over here. Okay, so only interesting syncs are being shown. All other sources are being hidden. You can configure this in the DOM invader settings. So the DOM invader is the tool in Burp Suite which we can use to identify potential problems. You should look through the source. Yeah, so I think what we can do is we can just, if the DOM invader is operating, then we should just start browsing the website. So we'll go down here, start searching for stuff, and then we'll click on some of the links. Leave some comments. Okay, post that. So we just want to act like a regular user and go to various parts of the website. So I mean, we might have credentials. I don't think we do. Oh wow, we do have credentials. We can update our email here. How about we go hackerFrog.com? Sure. Okay, so my account, log out, home. I think we should have enough information to start looking at the DOM invader. So we'll go back to here. Oh, nothing appears. Hold on, is this enabled? So the DOM doesn't show us anything, the message doesn't show anything. Okay. So we'll follow like a walkthrough, right? We got DOM invader solution. So load the lab in Burp's built-in browser, enable DOM invader, and enable the prototype pollution option. Open the browser DevTools panel, go to the DOM invader, then reload the page. Okay, let's try that. So the DOM invader is here. We will reload the page. Nothing's appearing though. Hold on everybody, let me put on some new music. Then we'll keep on going. Okay, let's follow the walkthrough. It says, open the browser's DevTools panel, go to the DOM invader tab, then reload the page. Observe the DOM invader has identified 2 prototype pollution vectors in the search property. So enable DOM invader. Okay, so there's a link. Let's take a look. DOM invader is pre-installed in Burp's browser. We got to click on this button here. Okay. So this is Burp's browser we're using right now. Yeah. Okay, here it is. Let's make it bigger. So DOM invader, let's turn it off, and then let's turn it back on. Okay, is there anything else that we're supposed to do? go to the Proxy Intercept tab, open Burp's browser, click on the Burp Suite logo. If you can't see this logo, click on the jigsaw icon first. Okay, so from the DOM Invader settings, toggle the switch so that the DOM Invader is on. Okay, click and reload to refresh the browser. Click anywhere on the main browser window and select the Inspect option to open the browser's DevTools panel. So note that it now contains the DOM Invader tab. For the best experience, we recommend docking the panel to the bottom of the browser window. Okay. By default, the DOM Invader remembers your previous settings, including whether it was on or off. Keep this in mind. Okay. Okay, let's go back. So DOM Invader is on. We want to use the prototype pollution. Oh, it wasn't on. So prototype pollution wasn't on before. So let's switch it on. Okay, and then we reload. Okay, so it should be working now. So we'll go over to search for something. And then we'll go over to the inspection screen. So the DOM Invader. Okay, so it found some prototype pollution materials. So it found two sources. So proto property in value in search. Okay, good. Hold on. Can we make this bigger? I don't think we can. Okay, so we can do test or scan for gadgets. So click test. Test. And we can I mean, I'm just guessing that we're supposed to, click these buttons. There's a button. Go ahead and click on it. Scan for gadgets. DOM Invader client-side prototype pollution gadget scanning? Sure. Okay, did it find something? DOM Invader found one sync via prototype pollution. Please check DevTools. So the DevTools are here. So where's the stuff we're supposed to look at now? Okay, let's take a look at the walkthrough. So observe that the DOM Invader has identified two prototype pollution vectors in the search property. Okay. Click on Scan for Gadgets. A new tab opens in which the DOM Invader begins scanning for gadgets using the selected source. When the scan is complete, open the DevTools panel in the same tab, then go to the DOM Invader tab. Observe that the DOM Invader has successfully accessed the script.source sync via the value gadget. Okay, let's go back and check that. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Sun Hang, thank you. Okay, I mean, we're looking at... And Sappy, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, So prototype pollution, proto and property, value in search. Okay. It tells you to open the DevTools in the same tab the scan ran in. Oh, here. Okay, thank you very much for letting me know about that, Deefus. Okay, so let's go to the tools. Developer tools. DOM Invader. Ah, okay. So this is what we're looking for here. Can I make this bigger? I'd like to... make the text a little bit bigger, can we? I don't know if we can. Okay, script.source, prototype pollution value. Add our HTML as script. Okay. So we clicked scan for gadgets. Then we opened up the DevTools panel in the same tab. So this is the part that I didn't parse. So observe that the DOM invader has successfully accessed the script.source sync via the value gadget. Click exploit. Click exploit. DOM invader automatically generates a proof of concept exploit and then calls it alert alert 1. Okay, let's go back. So just it's just an auto. Okay, sure, click it. So we called an alert via the prototype pollution, sure. Okay, and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Emil P. Thank you. Satya asks, is learning DSA useful in the cybersecurity field? What's your opinion? DSA. So what does DSA stand for in this case? There's too many acronyms. And V9X Hacker, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so I mean, we managed to get the tool to give us a XSS payload. Well, to successfully exploit cross-site scripting by giving the alert box. Okay, so it says that we solved the lab. Sure. Data structures and algorithms. So is it useful in the cybersecurity field? I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether or not that's... I mean, it's not something I've really heard of. If anybody else in chat knows about data structures and algorithms as far as cybersecurity is concerned, please let us know in the chat. I personally really haven't heard very much about this. Okay, so we managed to get it done, but we should probably take a look at the manual solution as well. So the automated solution is just, you know, press the button to exploit. But what's the manual solution? Okay, find a prototype pollution source. So try polluting object or prototype by injecting an arbitrary value by the query string. So the query string is going to be proto foo equals bar, right? So we go back to the application. We've got our URL parameter over here, right? And okay, 0 search results for proto foo equals bar. V9X Hacker asks, can you give 3 courses for learning pen testing in Coursera? Because I pay and I don't know where to start. I mean, I don't use Coursera, so I can't really help you there. AB Doe says that it's very related to software engineering as I took it in college. Okay. And Ivan Rosen says it's more web dev than cybersecurity. Cybernox is added rehydrate. Ads rehydrate. Well, oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, we got ads running right now. Let's put on the birds and let's have a little drink. Okay, there's a lovely bird. We'll be back in 30 seconds. Just need to have a little bit of water. Okay, if anybody's wondering what kind of bird this is a Steller's jay. So Stellar jays, well, Stellar's jays are my favorite bird, and they're related to blue jays. They're also related to crows. They're a really awesome little bird. Is this my bird? I don't own any birds, but these are birds in my neighborhood. Okay, so we found 0 search results for this. Let's see if we can solve this manually before we move on. So open the, let's see, go to the console tab. Go to the console tab. Enter object.prototype. Okay, so we're gonna run some JavaScript from the console. Try polluting object prototype by injecting an arbitrary property via the query string. Oh, okay. Ah, right. So I did it the wrong way. So we need to edit this thing directly. Like this. So this is the payload we're using. Okay, nothing appears in here, but the payload we used was this. Well, we can get rid of all this part. So web security academy.net, and then URL parameter proto foo equals bar. So this is what we're trying to inject into the object model. Okay, V9X says, can you tell us the story of how you got into ethical hacking? How many years did it take? So, I mean, I got my first job in cybersecurity after 18 months. It's not super typical. I basically did like full-time study for the entire 18 months. Okay, Senator asks, are you an OWASP member? I don't think so. I'm part of the local cybersecurity community, but I'm not officially part of OWASP. Okay, so let's, what are we doing next? So the next thing that wants to do is open browser DevTools and go into the console, and then enter object prototype. Okay, let's do that. Not that. Okay, so we go in here into the console. So here's our console here. We will put in object.prototype. Object is not defined. What am I doing wrong? Okay, so inject the arbitrary property via the query string, and then open the browser DevTools panel and go to the console. Enter object. Oh, I think. Yeah. It's misspelled. I didn't spell it properly. Okay, so we see the object prototype here, foo bar, and then we've got some other values as well. Chromium is a CIA backdoor. Is it? Can you link us? Can you link us some proof? Okay, so study the properties of the returned object and observe that you injected foo, the foo property, okay? You've successfully found a prototype pollution source. So identify a gadget. In the browser DevTools panel, go to the Sources tab. Study the JavaScript files that are loaded by the target site and look for any DOM XSS syncs. Appeared to you in a dream. DieDev says it's open source. So is Chromium open source? And I'm pretty sure Firefox browser is open source. But what about Chromium? I mean, we could just ask the question. Is Chromium open source? So Chromium is free and open source software project. I mean, Sydney, that means if Chromium is actually a CIA backdoor, that means that everybody that's contributing to the Chromium project wasn't able to identify the code that enables the CAI backdoor. So Sydney says it's okay because Intel chips are a CAI backdoor and it's not even a joke. You need to show us proof. I mean, you can say that everything's a backdoor and that countries are making us vulnerable by introducing vulnerable hardware or whatever. You need to back that up. Okay, Didev says, I remember looking through the source of Chromium once. It had unbelievably long lines of C++. You mean the management module? Wait, are we still talking about Intel chips? What are we talking about? Anyways, what we're trying to do is we're trying to identify vulnerabilities. Where were we? I think it was here. Okay, so study the JavaScript files that are loaded in by the target site. Go to the Sources tab. So, Sources. Okay, we'll reload the page. And we're looking for, I think we're looking for JavaScript files, right? So in the search logger configurable.js file, where is it? Here it is. Okay, so AMV Lover says, how many languages do we know for diving into cybersecurity? Ember asks, what are you trying to do? So we're just trying to identify a potential web app vulnerability called prototype pollution. And AMV Lover says, how many languages do we have to know for diving into cybersecurity? It really depends on what your specialty is. So let's see, coding for cybersecurity. I mean, Python is probably a good starting language, good for whatever role. If you're doing low-level specialization, then you probably want to look into C, C++, assembly languages of various sorts, Java maybe. If you're looking to do web app testing, then you want to learn your good old JavaScript and HTML, maybe some PHP, and some backend languages. I mean, backend languages could involve, like, Node.js or Python Flask or Java, whatever floats your boat. And SysOS, yeah, you probably have a better idea than I do. Python, Bash, PowerShell, PHP, JavaScript, HTML, C, assembly. You basically want to choose whatever specialization you want to do first, and that's going to dictate what kind of programming languages you need to learn in order to do that role well. You can do certain roles in cybersecurity without knowing any programming languages, but scripting with something like Python is like a pretty safe bare minimum for getting into cybersecurity. Okay, so notice that the config object has the transport URL property. This is used to dynamically append a script to the DOM. Okay, so we're going to look for transport URL in here. Okay, so we see transport URL in the script. Sydney says it's over for you guys. I code in hexadecimal. Yep, you sure got us. Nathan Green, hello, nice to see you here. And Simon Knox says, That actually seems like a good list. I started with HTML, then Python, then started understanding what PowerShell and Bash were, but haven't dove into them. No Monday stream from now on, so the Monday stream, we're gonna have to axe the Monday stream for now, because I'm working on other projects. But we are making the other streams longer by about an hour, so you're not really... we're not missing the entire stream. The other streams are just getting longer as a result. Okay, SysOS says, the book How to Automate the Boring Stuff with Python is a good read. Yeah, I mean, I can give everybody a link to that if you're looking for it. It's available as an ebook as well. Okay, let's see if we can solve this before the lab actually goes offline. Okay, so observe that the transport URL property is defined in the config object. So this doesn't appear to be vulnerable. Observe that the next line uses object.defineProperty method to make the transport URL unwritable and unconfigurable. However, notice that it doesn't define a value property. Okay, so let's look at this. Object.defineProperty. Is it not in here? Hold on. So Anvi Lover says, can you teach us cybersecurity? I mean, what about cybersecurity are you looking for? Okay, Sathi says, get started with C. If you start with Python and come back to C, it'll look more complicated than it is. Let's see, Sydney says, C or Rust, genuine question. Listen everybody, we everybody has all sorts of arguments about which programming language you should start learning with. Start with a programming language. It could be C, it could be C++, it could be Python. Just learn it until you understand how to do, well, I mean, okay. Programming languages all do the same stuff. So in each programming languages, there's usually a difference in like syntax. So that's going to be semicolons versus indentation. Every programming language is going to do defined functions. They usually have different syntax for doing that. Every programming language is going to run loops. So the difference in learning different programming languages is learning what their specific syntax is, how they define functions, how they run loops, what conditional statements look like. So if you're able to learn, after you've learned one programming language to a fairly decent degree, then you can probably learn other programming languages much more easily. And in each circumstance, you just need to learn a few different things, right? You need to see how the syntax is different from the languages you know. How do these languages define functions? How do they run loops? And how they do conditional statements. Okay, SysOS says, my stance is always programming languages is better. One programming language is better than zero. Each programming language has a specific use, like a tool. All can do just about everything. Programming languages are like saws, using the right one for the problem that you have. Okay, the Turnip says, the only language I've really seen where I would actually tell people not to start out with is Rust. I mean, this isn't my opinion, this is the Turnip's opinion. Okay, not because it is a bad language, because you will not yet understand why it is really good. Okay, so Sathi says, C is the go-to choice for beginners. No BS, okay? So the concepts like borrow checkers are very different from other languages. DieDev says, not sure about that. I remember some Linux kernel devs who use C for most of their lives having crashouts over Rust being integrated into the Linux kernel. I mean, isn't that happening right now? That's some recent stuff, right? Okay, so let's see. People on Twitch get this streamer bot. Oh, that passes YouTube commands over to Twitch. Oh, why does my chat look like this? Zigzag. Hello, nice to see you here. But yeah, I mean, start with the programming language. I mean, I started with Python. It was okay. It was okay for me to start with Python. A lot of people use Python. That's one of the reasons why I recommend beginners to use that. Learning C is also like a pretty good. It's a pretty good language to learn because it teaches you how to deal with low-level concepts like memory pointers, which is something that I'm not really good at myself. But I think if you learn C first, it should be easier for you to learn other languages. Anyways, I think it's about time to move into the last topic for the day. Okay, so Zigzag says, answer my question. Sorry, Zigzag, what was your question? Why does my chat look like that? Oh, Zigzag says, hack a house for me? My answer is no. Do you have any other questions? Okay, so DieDev disagrees. You say that just because you have experience with the programming language does not necessarily mean that you will be able to learn other programming languages. You can know a programming language really well and then have a hard time learning other programming languages. Let's see. Zigzag asks, why does your chat have this special coloring and background and font? Well, it's because it's being imported from Twitch chat. So, I mean, it's pretty normal as far as I know. Anyways, let's get into the last part of today's stream. So we solved a lab on PortSwigger. Unfortunately, we didn't do it manually. That's fine. We'll come back to this, and hopefully we can get it done on Friday. Okay. So we're going to be moving on to the last topic for today. So the last topic is topic number 5. So we're going to be doing Standoff 365. This is not a beginner-friendly topic, but it is the last thing we're doing today. So we're going to be working on this website here, Standoff 365. The one that you wrote in to show stuff. Are you talking about? You talking about this? Or are you talking about the website we're looking at over here? Okay, so SysOS says, are you comparing it to BrainF? Okay. Well, I mean, there is a difference between understanding the basics of a language and learning how to program in a specific language at a high level. And so I guess the disadvantage of doing one language for a really long time is that it really solidifies only, using programming concepts from your particular language. Anyways, let's deactivate Burp Suite, and let's get rid of all these other tabs that we're not using, because we got too many of these. Okay, we didn't solve level 1. To be continued. Oh, is it because I'm on Linux? Sorry, I'm not too sure what your question actually was. Okay, so we're going to be hacking on this platform over here. It's called Standoff 365. It's Not recommended for people who are just getting into cybersecurity, but it is something that we've been working on. You can sign up to the website for free. You have to access their network through a VPN key. What we're doing is we're doing a network of vulnerable machines. We're trying to break into each one of them and get, super user access, all that good stuff. Cypher says, how do I stop getting shirt attacks? Shirt attacks? Not too sure. Let's see. What soundtrack is currently playing in the background? FTL. No, it's a game called Dungeon of the Endless. Just search this term in YouTube, you should be able to find it. Okay, QuickCast asks, I'm between software engineering and learning to be a red teamer. What should I pick? I like both of them. So if you like both software engineering and red teaming, that's tough. I mean, so if you're... I mean, I can only recommend that people get into cybersecurity. Okay, Sydney asks, why do you have to use the VPN to connect to Standoff 365? Is there a point or is it just a gimmick? Well, I mean, most websites, most cybersecurity education platforms require you to use a VPN key to access their private networks because they don't want to expose any of their infrastructure to the public internet because that's just asking for trouble. So let's go ahead and access Standoff 365. We've got a bunch of VPN keys in here, and we're going to be using this one. So when you use the OpenVPN program to use a VPN key and get private VPN access, you usually have to, well, you usually don't have to supply credentials, but you usually have to run it as root. Okay, let me go ahead and get my credentials, because that's what they're asking for over here. Just a second, everybody. So what's this called again? Standoff 365. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. Okay, so Didev says, I wasn't really aware that it had to be in use, but okay. If somebody learns Python, that doesn't necessarily mean that assembly will come easily to them. I mean, assembly is kind of... assembly is kind of, it's kind of an exception because it's very well, some concepts of it are very, very different from what most other programming languages do. But there are some concepts in Python which overlap with x86 assembly. Okay, so we've got access to the network, or at least we should, through our ton0 interface here. And I really want to take advantage of the one machine on this network called the library. So let me take a look at my network notes. Nope, this is not it. Okay, so Waylon asks, what is the prompt to jailbreak ChatGPT? What is the prompt to jailbreak ChatGPT? I don't think I can share anything like that on live stream. Otherwise, yeah, people could report me for all sorts of stuff. Sydney says, why would anybody want to learn assembly anyways? I heard that C is a one-to-one representation of machine code. C is not a one-to-one representation of machine code. Assembly only works on certain processors. I mean, there's a different assembly language for each type of processor. I mean, you would want to learn x86 assembly if you're trying to do binary exploitation or reverse engineering on binaries that were compiled for x86 devices. Same thing with ARM, same thing with, I don't know. What is the one that's really, the other one that's really popular? I can't even remember what it's called. So SysOS says assembly is one-to-one machine code. C is typically 1 to 100 to machine code. So let's see. Cypher says assembly and C are for reading, not building. So I mean the difference between, I mean machine. What I should say is that machine code is machine code. Assembly is abstracted up from machine code, right? Okay, so I want to do this attack today. So library edu.stf. It's located at this IP address, and I want to do my file upload attack in order to get access to the server. Okay, so how much time are we going to be spending on this? So it's like 7 o'clock now. Let's do 100 minutes. After 100 minutes, we'll see what's going on. Okay, so SysOS says assembly is human readable machine code. Yeah. I mean, machine code itself is just a bunch of well, it's not anything you can read in any case. So C and C++ are when you need more concise and efficient code. I definitely won't forget what assembly is now. Okay, so let's see if we can access this server. So library.edu.stf. I've mapped out each one of the machines on this network to my etc host file over here. So we got we've got a collection of like 15 or 16 machines that can all be compromised. So this is what we're supposed to do as a practice on this particular network. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Naz, thank you very much. Okay, we got... it's time for my favorite video. Okay, so these are the baby Stellar's Jays, and we'll be back in 45 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. Enjoy the music and the birds. Okay, so we got some controversy happening in the chat right now. Sydney says that great blue herons are better than Stellar's Jays. Well, I mean, I humbly disagree, but you are entitled to your opinion. Okay. All right, let's continue. Okay, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube at Mix Alice. Thank you. Okay, so let's access this website and let's get to hacking. So library.edu.stf. We've got our web browser here. Why is it not resolving? Okay, awesome. So we've got access to the website here. What we're trying to do is we're trying to take advantage of file upload vulnerability. So we're actually going to start Burp Suite back up again because we need to use Burp Suite to manipulate some of the requests to upload our malicious files. So the general asks, was assembly written in C? Was assembly written in C? No, I'm pretty sure assembly is the lowest level. Well, whatever assembly language is probably the lowest level human readable language that you can use to program any device, right? Anyways, okay, so let's go ahead and start our Burp Suite browser, and then we'll put in our website. Okay, so this is the corporate library. So we got rules for using the library, and then we've got the actual link to the library. So the library is actually a file manager. So if there's there's a file manager application here. We're going to try to, what is the word? Abuse it and upload whatever files we want to. Okay, SysOS says assembly is the lowest level language. Before entering the chip, it's not written in anything but hardware originally. I mean, I'm pretty sure assembly language was used to program a lot of like earlier devices. So stuff like your video game consoles, that stuff wasn't written. Well, I mean, if you're talking about like Atari games or Nintendo games, all of the software for those games were written in assembly and not like a language like C. Anyways, let's go ahead and try to upload a file. So what do we got? Upload files here. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to find a place where we can try to upload our files. Let's see. Uploads. We got our books. We got our classic books. And we'll try uploading in an innocuous directory like this. Most NES and Game Boy games were written in assembly. I don't know if I wonder what programming language is being used to code those, well, I mean, modern consoles, I guess. Let's not think about it too hard. Anyways, the general says, real Chads write in machine code. Also, doesn't all languages just end up compiling to assembly? I mean, everything can be, well, the debugger can interpret everything, all the instructions as assembly instructions, yeah. Anyways, okay, so let's try to upload something to this directory. So select file, select folder. So we're currently dealing with the library machine, right? And the library machine is 233. So I'm just gonna enter the directory over here. I try to keep my notes for these specific endpoints separate. What we want to do is we want to upload we want to upload a file. I mean, ideally, we just want to upload some PHP, right? Where is our web shell payloads? So we could go over to revshells.com. So we know we're dealing with a PHP application. So I'm just going to grab a little PHP web shell here. And because we're working inside of a shared environment, I want to name everything very explicitly. So the shy-hat webshell.php, so that people understand what exactly they're looking at, so that they don't mistake this for something that's actually supposed to be on the server. Coloretto, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so let's try uploading the thing here. So select files. It's in computer, home. The Shy Hat write-ups, all this stuff. Man, this sure looks cluttered. Okay, so we'll try to upload our PHP web shell. It's probably, yeah, it's not going to work. File type not allowed, application xphp. So let's just take a look at what that looks like inside of our burp suite. So burp suite would have recorded, oh, it didn't record it. Huh. Maybe it didn't record it because it didn't get it didn't actually go through. So we probably want to, let me try that again. So PHP file, open, and then unable to read. Okay, so I expect that most file upload requests are going to be post requests to some endpoint, right? So I guess the way we would get that post request is to actually upload something legitimate. So what's something legitimate? What kind of files are we looking for here? So I could get some example files. Let's locate. I guess what we could do is we could take a hint inside of this books directory. There are all these PDF files here, so we can assume that we're able to upload PDF files. So let's just grab an example PDF file. Okay. So we have an example image 1x1.pdf. Okay, and Didev says, yeah, I mean the problem with learning everything is that it's not possible to learn everything in one human lifetime. I always feel like I'm behind. So I mean, what I do on live stream is I try to teach cybersecurity in a bunch of different categories. Know a little bit about everything, but knowing a little bit about everything means that you don't know anything to a very deep degree, which is kind of regrettable. Okay, so we've got our example PDF file. Let's rename it to something else. Whoops. We'll call it shy-hat test.pdf. Jack of all trades, master of none. Yeah, well, Okay, so we'll try uploading this thing. See if it actually goes through. Okay, so we have the application upload the file. File type not allowed, application/PDF. So we're not allowed to upload PDF files either. How about text files? We're just trying to figure out which file it actually allows. Echo. This is the ShyHat's text file. Okay, and we will output that to ShyHat test.txt. Okay. Sick in the Mind says, even if you get close to remembering a ton about everything, age plays a factor and you start remembering key things and lose some of the little details. It's like riding a bike, but you don't remember every little intimate detail you did from one cert to another. But oftentimes, better than a master of one. Well, I mean, sometimes. C. Strasser, hello, nice to see you here. I mean, this is why I advocate taking extensive notes and putting your notes in a repository that you can get access to. So, I mean, I've forgotten a lot of stuff through solving all these hundreds of CTF challenges. Not that I'm bragging or anything, you know, with enough time and effort, you can solve hundreds of CTF challenges yourself. It's just that if there's something that you've done before, you want to record it, and you want to be able to look it up. If you can't look it up, then you might as well not have done it. So if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. Okay, so Facti asks, what kind of game is this? So we're playing a... Well, we're doing a CTF environment. It's called... What is it called again? It's called Standoff 365. So you can try this out yourself. It is not beginner friendly. And truth be told, the website is not organized in a very easy to use way. Okay, Sathi says, I use Obsidian. A lot of people use Obsidian, yeah. I mean, I like Obsidian. I like all Markdown text editors. I like Markdown. It's very, very easy to use. So select files. Let's do the text file. Okay, we're not allowed to upload text.plain. So what will you allow? So not allowed text.plain, not allowed PDF, not allowed, well, let's just try like a PNG file or a JPEG. So let's locate all of those one by one files. Grep out JPEG. So we got a JPEG file here. Let's copy it. Dang, this music is so atmospheric. Okay, and then there's also like a PNG file here. That doesn't work. Okay, the general says, I forgot a lot of Python after a year, but I'll always remember how MOSFETs work. What are MOSFETs? So let's see, can you change the extension of the PHP file? Sorry if you already tried that. Can I have you in the background most of the time? No worries, no worries. So the first thing we want to do is we want to get like a legitimate file upload. We want to upload a file legitimately. So if we upload a file legitimately and we're able to record it in Burp Suite, it makes it a lot easier for us to find a potential vulnerable file upload method. Anyways, let's play some of the Independence War 2 soundtrack. Metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor. It transists. Well, I mean, I'm assuming that's some... that's not really software stuff, is it? But why do you always remember how these MOSFETs work, the general? Tell me why that is. Okay, let's try uploading... Well, we probably want to change the name of these files as well. Shyhat test.jpg. And we'll do the same thing for the PNG file. Thank you very much, Harris Hussein, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Oh, circuitry stuff. Okay, okay. I mean, this is another thing I want to learn. I want to learn about hardware. I want to learn about how to do soldering, circuit boards, all that good stuff. But there's too many things to learn in tech. Truly too many. Okay, let's try to upload this thing again. So we'll try the PNG file. Okay, so we got the PNG file to upload successfully, which means we should have that post request. So our post request is here to wp-admin ajax. And we'll just put this in our repeater so that we can play around with the payload here. Okay, so the actual data that's being sent out over in the PNG is this. SysOS says, I want to learn all the things. I mean, we all want to learn all the things. It's just that it's not realistic unless we you know, like set some boundaries. It's tough. We all want to learn everything. The general says, hardware is fun. Ironically, can't solder to save my life. Okay. Also got the love for learning electronics. It's so random. Yeah. It's I mean, hopefully we live long enough to be able to learn the stuff that we really want to. So, I did this previously, and one thing that I really didn't pay attention to is all of these other parameters here. Let's see if we can make this a little bit bigger, can we? We can't just do this, okay. Let me go over to... So up here, we've got a lot of different parameters, so let's see. So name, command, upload, target, this, action, this, FMA key, sure, path, WP content, URL, wow, this is empty. Okay, W, right equals false, right equals false. So, I mean, assuming that W stands for right and R stands for read. Read equals true. Okay. Okay, Santer says, start soldering, build a custom keyboard. Build a custom keyboard. Okay, Santer. And let's see, the general says, I'm out for the night. Funny, elite hacker frog, thank you. The general, thank you very much for coming by. Let's give you, which redeem should we give you? How about the frog song? So this sounds kind of like a frog. So that was pretty loud. I hope that woke you up. Anyways, okay. So path type, we got hide type, enable trash, upload allow. So it says here upload allow, image PNG. What we need to do is we need to change this. We can control this. We can change it from allow image PNG to application PHP, right? What's your schedule? So we currently do Wednesdays and Fridays. Randolph says soldering isn't necessarily hard once you get practice. Surface mount is always harder though. I mean, I've I have no idea what is difficult and what is not difficult as far as doing circuitry stuff is concerned. But yeah, you can find the schedule on the Reddit. If you go over to the Reddit, or if you go over to the Discord, you can find the schedule over there. Okay, so image PNG. What is the content type for PHP files? It's like application PHP. It's called like a MIME type, right? MIME type file PHP. So application, standard MIME type for a PHP file is application xhpd PHP. When serving the file, Okay, let's give this a try. Go back. We'll replace image/png with this thing. Okay, HackerFrogs sounds cool, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we tell the application what kind of files it allows, and then we can put in anything we want. So the file name is going to be shyhat.php, and we'll turn the content type into the same thing, application PHP. Application x HTTPD PHP is what you want. I think that's what we have. So yeah, I think this is what we got. Okay, that's great. And we just need to, well, we'll call this our web shell. Well, okay, we'll call it test just to, just so people don't know that it's necessarily a web shell. We can replace all the content that we're sending over with the PHP payload. So just delete everything here and replace it with what's the name of the file again? The Shyhat web shell. This thing right here. So it's the smallest PHP web shell you can get. Okay, and let's see if this successfully uploads. So we'll send the request. In response, it just says added. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it says, So added warning removed. So it removed it. Okay, so the general says in the Discord, hopefully see everybody Friday. Hey, nice to see you, the general. Hope to see you again next time. So I guess it wasn't actually added. So there was a removed. Upload mtime. Upload allow. We specify that we could allow it here. Hide path, path type, operations, upload, download. Okay. Hide plugins, uploads, etc. Maybe we can set W as in write also to true. See if that makes a difference. Command upload. Okay, do you insert the reverse shell code directly in repeater in burp? Yeah, I mean, that's what we're doing right now. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should change the MIME type to the PNG again. Hold on. Okay, so in our original request, we specified that this was a image PNG. Okay, let's try to change the content type only. Content type is here. Okay, so Ulysses Costa Filho, thank you. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Much appreciated. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube paid pesos. Thank you. Okay, so let's send this one over. Added warning removed. So it's, what is it? Error upload MIME type. So it detected the MIME type. It might be because we don't have the PNG magic bytes. So our PHP magic bytes are, sorry, our PNG magic bytes are what are like a file signature. So it's something like this. So x89, well, You know what? We'll go back. So the term says, what if you make the PHP file pretend to have a MIME type of an image? Or is that what we're already doing? Sometimes I get a bit confused. I mean, what we're doing right now is we're trying to figure out at what point we're able to trick the application into uploading our file. And we're going to try to include the PNG MIME type here. The first 4 bytes. Yeah, the magic ones. Let's go back. We'll get the original request over here again. Send it back to the repeater. Oh, you know what? I might be overthinking this. So text xphp. This might be what we're looking for. We need to, I think we might need to specifically put this into our content type. So text/php, text/xphp. And we'll just, well, it's text, right? Okay, send it off. Yes, it worked. Okay, awesome. Okay, Henki Lodwig says, why not use GIF? It's for images, much easier to set the magic bytes ID. I mean, I might try that next time, Henki. Thank you very much for letting me know. The term says it makes sense. You get this with Hex Editor. So, I mean, we don't know. Okay, so we've got we have a file path, right? Let's copy that. Let's go back to the, I mean, actually it should be in here. Let's reload the page. So it's in uploads, books, classic books. Why doesn't this open? Yeah, so so it's here. So try hat test PHP. Oh, that downloads it. That's not what we want. Okay, what was the file path? So Samir asks, what are we doing? We're trying to get a file upload vulnerability to work. So here's our file path. Let's plug this into the browser. Okay, so when we plug this into the browser, we get this. So what we want to do is we want to give the URL parameter that we specified. So the URL parameter is 0, 0 equals who am I? Okay, we're the www data user. So we've successfully got remote code execution on the target. That took a long time, but well, it's better to get there eventually than not at all. Okay, Samir says, I saw you at 3:30 a.m. You can pick up now and you are live. I mean, if you need to sleep, definitely get some sleep. The recording will be here, you know, when you wake up. If I'm, you know, it's definitely going to be on YouTube. I'm in I'm in the North American time zone. North American, West Coast. So I live near Vancouver. Hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Thank you very much, SysOS Master, for redeeming Hack the Planet. The term says it's the idea of trading an image with the PHP, that the PHP is going to run instead of the image being rendered. I think I remember that one from one of the other streams. So what we're doing here is we're uploading files that that run code. So because this is a PHP application, if we upload a PHP file and when we get access to it, it'll run whatever PHP code is inside the file that we upload. So in this case, there's an instruction that runs system commands. So in this case, we can run whatever Linux commands we want through this. So for example, we can get the file list over here. What is, oh wow, this is Russian. What is supposed to be, oh, okay, this is these are the months. I mean, this is called Standoff 365. It's a Russian platform. So I guess there's going to be some Russian in here. It's still been 6, yeah, it's we're getting pretty close to 6 hours. Ghidra mentioned, did I mention Ghidra at some point? Oh, there's Ghidra here. Wait, is it here? Did they mention it in one of these books? Looks like Project Gutenberg books. Probably. I mean, it's just here as like set dressing, right? Okay, so what we want to do is we want to get direct access to the server. So we're going to create a reverse shell binary, and we're going to upload it to the target. Let's see if this works. So our IP address on this network is this. This is very important. We need to supply the correct information when we create our reverse shell binaries. Otherwise, they're not going to work. If they don't work, we're very sad. So we're going to run the MSF Venom tool, and the NSF Venom tool, it creates, well, it can be used to do all sorts of wacky hacking shenanigans. In this case, what we're going to do is we're going to create a reverse shell binary, or like a Linux binary that creates a connection back to our attacker machine. So Didev says, if we do this, do we have to submit a report to the site? Because I suck at writing reports. You can write a report if you want to get points. I mean, I'm not super interested in points. I'm more interested in just getting the thing done. Okay, so Rana Creed says, Sir, is this your own lab? No, this is not my lab. Okay, so let's call this theshyhat.elf. Well, maybe we shouldn't call it an elf file. Let's just call it the Shyhat. This is a shared environment, so if they see this stuff lying around, I want to make sure that they understand what they're looking at. We'll just call this the Shyhat payload. Did you try using Sliver? I'm not a person who's at the point where I'm using like command and control stuff. I mean, eventually I'd like to be able to, but not right now. What lab is this? Call it the Shy-Hat payload. Oh, make it a hidden file? I mean, I guess I could. Okay, so we got our reverse shell ELF binary, and what we need to do is we need to upload this to the target. So we can use Python to do this. To just start up a reverse shell. Sorry, this is a Python web server that is serving this current directory. So to upload this to the target and then download it, I need to craft a little command. So the command is going to be wget from our attacker machine. Okay, so it's going to look something like this. Web server, not a reverse shell. Are you good at WordPress? I mean, good at WordPress. I know how to run the tools that do the WordPress security testing. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm good at WordPress. Okay, so we've got where are we running our why are we running it from the port scanning? Anyways, we'll rename this. We'll call it library localhost service. Okay, so we got our web server running here, and then we will upload the thing to the target with this command from the web shell. Okay, did it actually go through? And Harris Hussein says, I'm new to cybersecurity and would appreciate your advice on how to get started. I have around 5 years of experience as an Android developer. Okay, Android developer. Yeah, I have no prior experience in cybersecurity. So when you say Android developer, were you developing in Java or were you developing in Kotlin? I'd like which, because I mean, depending on the answer, you might be better at certain cybersecurity roles than others. Okay, so we're going to check to see if that actually uploaded. Okay, so it was accessed from our web server. Let's just see if let's see if we can locate it in our directory here. It's here. So this is our Shy-Hat payload. Okay, and then we will make it executable and then we'll execute it. So before we do that, we need to set up a reverse shell listener to catch the reverse shell payload. So what we're doing here is we're making the target or the victim machine make a connection to our attacker machine. So in order to do that, we need to have something that listening for that connection. So it's going to be rl wrap and listen on port 443. Okay, then back over here, we're going to make the file executable. So chmod 777 the Shy-Hat _ payload. And then we're going to execute that file with a /. Okay, so we see the web shell hangs, which means it's in the middle of execution. If we go back to our reverse shell listener, we see that we've gotten incoming connection from the victim machine. We ask who am I? We're the www data user. And I think we can use Python to stabilize our shell. So there's Python 3. We use like a common module to spawn a bin bash sudo shell. And now we're on the target, officially. Okay, we ask who am I? We are the www data user, and we can call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we got into the target. Okay, let me call him up.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server. And we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Library Administrator, it seems like your application lets you define what kind of files you can upload. That is a big mistake. We were able to take advantage of this user configuration, and we were able to upload malicious files, which led to reverse shell access. Maybe you knew about the vulnerabilities on your application, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
All right, everybody, that was Scary Hacker Voice Man. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, so what do we do from here? So typically what we want to do when we're a low-level user, like the www data user, we want to figure out how to elevate our privileges to get complete access over the server. Okay, so Harris Hussein says, I did both Java and Kotlin, but mostly in Java. Okay. Silver says, is Metasploit useful in web hacking? Yeah, I'd say so. Run linpiece.sh? I guess we could. We could upload linpiece, like a privilege escalation script, and then get the answers from there. What I want to do first is I want to do a little bit of manual, a bit of manual security testing first, just to see if there's any like low-hanging fruit vulnerabilities we could get. Sudo L is also a good option. That's true. So we can do sudo L. So Harris Hussein was asking about getting into cybersecurity. They said that they previously did 5 years of experience as an Android developer. So if you've been doing development in Android for a long time, I think I might have some the right website for you. Okay, so there's over at the HackerFrogs GitHub, there's a little page called Getting into Cybersecurity. Over here, you probably know most of the stuff to do most jobs. Well, you probably know enough about computer science in general, or like computer networking, to do a few different roles in cybersecurity. But I think what might be easier for you is to do something like reverse engineering. And so there's a site here. There's also Getting into Reverse Engineering. Reverse engineering, you're mostly dealing with C-compiled binaries, but there's also reverse engineering challenges in Java as well. Is that my GitHub? Yeah, that is my GitHub. Randolph asks, are you going to use Netcat for that? Netcat? What are we talking about? Sorry. Yuli says, I'm a QA professional with nearly 6 years of experience working with Playwright and Cypress, mostly on TypeScript language. I want to migrate into cybersecurity. What you would recommend? Well, try the How to Get into Cybersecurity Markdown page on the GitHub there. Take a look. And so if you're mainly dealing with TypeScript, you're probably better suited to doing like a web related role, like web app security. But take a look at the website and have a look at the YouTube videos. Okay, where were we? We're trying to figure out how to do privilege escalation. Hello, Daniel Hilst-Selly. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated. Okay, so there's, well, we don't have a password for this. Sudo L is not the way in. I mean, the stuff on this network is typically a little more complicated than the stuff we typically do. I think I might delete the what was it? The reverse shell file. Because I don't want to keep this line around on the server. So I'm just going to delete it. If I can delete it. Yeah, okay, I can delete it. Okay, reprogram asks, is the OSCP still relevant? As far as I know, the OSCP still appears on a lot of job listings. So yeah, OSCP is still relevant, but there are other certifications that are starting to become more popular as well. Silver says, I have 2 years of experience of reverse engineering and debugging from game hacking. Would that be useful for web hacking or not? Generally, reverse engineering, like taking apart binaries and looking at the assembly instructions, not super relevant for web hacking. But there's still a lot of need for people who do like deep software reverse engineering as well, for stuff like what is it called, malware analysis. Kiki Fawn Gaming says, gonna learn about how networks work. Packet Tracer is a cool program to simulate networks. Playing around Wireshark is cool to see all of your packets on the network. Yeah, I mean that's a lot closer to what you do in the digital forensic CTF category. If there's one website, if there's one platform I really recommend for people to learn about basic cybersecurity challenges, it's picoctf.org. Okay, so the next thing we can do is we can see if there are any SUID binaries. So SUID binaries are Linux binaries that run as its file owner by default. And if we're able to... What do you mean RCE flag? What do you mean RCE flag? What about SS7? Can you tell me what SS7 stands for? I don't think I've heard of it before. RCE flag. Okay, that's in the home directory. Let's mosey on in there. So LPE flag and RCE flag. I mean, these are owned by root. They're probably here by on purpose. So LPE flag, RCE flag. So local, what does LPE likely stand for? Something execution, local privilege escalation flag. And then RCE, remote code execution flag. Oh, you know what I think these are? This is how you get your flags on the system. So you just run these binaries and it spits out a flag, which you can use to prove that, you know, you did the thing. They're also readable. I mean, I mean, these files are probably binaries, but file LPE flag. Yeah, these are binaries. And file RCE flag. These are both executable binaries. Local privilege escalation. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So I guess we need to get local privilege escalation first and then run these to, you know, have it spit out a flag at us. These flags, yeah, they sure are surprising, but what is... Can we run this? So RCE flag, this is an SUID binary. So this has to be exploitable, right? So if we just run the program, It just gives us the flag. It just gives. Okay. And we can. I mean, we can run this thing as well. So LPE flag. Yeah. Okay. We can't run this because we get permission denied. We can run this one. We can't run this one because it's. Well, I mean, we should be able to. We should be able to run it because we have the permissions. So it is executable by everybody. Okay. So let's see. Hacking SIM card networks and radio signals. Unfortunately, I don't know very much about mobile hacking. I'm calling the I'm calling the police. Are you calling the police? Arian says, "What's up? What's up?" Arian, nice to see you here. Hmm. Okay. So let's take a look at the other SUID binaries, just in case there's one that we really need to pay attention to. So this is the type of thing that's really good for passing over to AIs, because looking up each one of these binaries in something like, what is the word? In something like GTFO bins, that's a big pain in the butt. Okay, so we'll just copy that. Call the police? Yeah, go ahead and call the police. Okay, so I went from pen tester to you. So sorry, Mava. What can you tell me what role you do in cybersecurity right now? I don't think I understand. Okay, let's go back. We can use our AI and we can ask the following question. Okay, are any of these SUID binaries suspicious? Okay, so Didev says, I think that's Sammy Kamkar, the guy that did the MySpace hack. He's got some good radio-related hacking content. Could be wrong. Okay, so one entry is extremely suspicious. A few are worth a closer look, and the rest are normal expected. The really suspicious one is home RCE flag. So a SUID binary living in the home user home directory is almost always a CTF backdoor intended reverse task. This is an outlier by a mile. Okay, well, I mean, the only thing that this thing does is spit out a flag. Maybe we could get it to do something else. I'm not sure. Okay, so Mava says you do red teaming. So you do red teaming now. You previously did pen testing, and yeah, I mean, I'm sure people in the chat probably have a lot of questions about red teaming. So, okay, Mava, tell me, in your opinion, what the big difference is between red teaming and pen testing, because people have different answers. I'm interested in learning what yours is. KikiFon Gaming says, I got the CISA Plus certificate a couple of years ago, but the only jobs I can find near me were like tech support. Maybe I needed more certificates. The only jobs I could find near me were tech support. KikiFon Gaming, have you worked in tech before? Um, because a lot of people in cybersecurity, they migrate from other jobs in tech over to cybersecurity. You know, stuff like tech support, stuff like help desk. Okay, Silver says, if I wanted to learn this, is information easily available? In the game hacking scene, it's hard to find guidance for specific problems, so it's mostly trial and error. So Silver, you're asking about reverse engineering, right? If you're asking about reverse engineering, I've got a bunch of links over here that I can point you at. So there's reverse engineering. The other low level category that's fairly common in cybersecurity is stuff like binary hacking. Binary hacking, sometimes called binary exploitation. Arian says, my question, sorry. How to download Kali Linux for Windows 10? Yeah, I've got a YouTube video that covers that. Let me go ahead and get that for you. Hold on. And you know what? My music stopped, so I need to start my music back up. Just a second. Okay, so we're looking at Kali Linux. If you want to install Kali Linux on your Windows 10 machine, check out this video. Okay, Reprogram says, I think experience beats certifications. Experience beats certifications if you already... Yeah, if you've already worked in a job for a specific amount of time, it's usually going to trump out certifications. Most people who get, who are looking for jobs at a senior level, they don't really need certifications to get hired. It's mostly their job experience. StarCraft's such a throwback. Well, I mean, I'm all about the classic games over here. Ivan Rosen says, what about for a Mac Silicon? I mean, I don't know anything about Mac, unfortunately. That's my big gap. I don't know anything about iOS devices. Second Mind says, if you want to get hired in a senior role, you need the certs also. I mean, Second Mind, probably he knows better than I do. Second Mind has been working. How many years have you been working in cybersecurity? Second Mind, it's been in it's at least has it been over a decade or not? Don't answer if you don't want to, but I'm interested. Over a decade, okay. Just look up virtual machines on Mac. I'm pretty sure you can get Kali Linux for... Well, I'm pretty sure you can do VirtualBox on Mac. So the Kali Linux, the Kali Linux images are available for different hypervisor softwares. So stuff like VirtualBox or VMware. You just need to install those programs on your Mac device, and then everything else should be basically the same. SysOS says, certs are the measuring stick that HR uses to deem you qualified, unfortunately. I mean, this is why I recommend being well connected in the community. The community will let you know where they're hiring, even for senior roles. So if you can get recommended for a senior role, it's as advantageous as getting recommended by somebody who's working in the organization for a junior role. Okay, where were we? Okay, interesting common professed targets can be totally legit, okay? Center says, for the M chip, Mac uses UTM to emulate the Linux OS. I mean, I think the important thing is to be able to install your hypervisor software. After you get that done, you can just use... Actually, wait. So Kali Linux has to be for a specific... Well, Kali Linux is available for specific chipsets. So x86 or ARM or whatever. Let me take a look. There's a CTF for Kali Linux? What? Proving around the gauntlet. Huh. Everybody, if you're interested in checking out the OffSec CTF, UTM is the hypervisor application. I've never... Okay, where's the get Kali? Get Kali... Virtual machines. So we got... So let's assume that you're using something like... Oh, but... So, but Sandra says that UTM is the hypervisor application. So I'm not too sure how that plays with Mac then. Oops, don't want to download that. Never mind. Okay, Defa says I run Kali on an M4 MacBook with VirtualBox. Oh, okay. So who was asking about the Mac stuff? Okay, Ivan Rosen. Ivan Rosen was asking about the Mac Silicon M-Max 3. And Defus says that they run Kali Linux on an M4 MacBook with VirtualBox. Lots of people are here today. I mean, I'm here to answer as many questions as I can. Welcome to everybody who's in the chat. Thank you. Thank you for coming by. Okay, so these are common escalation targets only if they're old, misconfigured, or match a known vulnerable version. We get... You know what I should do? I should also look inside of the op directory or some other common places where you can find privilege escalation materials. Not here. How about other users' home directories? Downloading the Kali ISO takes 2 days. Dang. So the other thing we could try to figure out is if there are any network connections we could take advantage of. Oh, okay. So there's DNS. It's... There's a local database working. So 3306. This is commonly associated with... What is the word? MySQL. We also have 631. 5353. Okay, Defa says you don't have to download the full ISO. NAND installation is enough, then download what you need via APT. The default full install is overkill anyways. Sick of the Mind says it takes forever downloading directly, but if you use the torrent, it's faster to download. SysOS says, yeah, MySQL. Usually 3306 is associated with MySQL. I mean, maybe we should try to upload some privilege escalation script and see what we can find. Okay, we'll make a directory for us to use. We call it // the Shy Hat user. Enter it. Okay, so we got our own little directory that we can work out of, and let's get a version of linps. Actually, we might have a version of linps on our machine already. .631 is Internet Printing Protocol. Internet IPP. Sometime... Okay. Let me think about this. So if there is a printing service available on the localhost, so we got localhost MySQL, we got localhost printing stuff, we got localhost DNS. I wonder what's working on 5332. We see that so port 22 and 80 are exposed to the general network. We also have UDP ports. probably means cups is on the machine. The common something printing something something. Common something printing system? Cups protocol. Common Unix printing system. Okay. Open source modular printing system. All right, let's get our version of the LinPs. So we got one in our downloads directory, LinPs heavy set over here. Thank you very much, Midlife Towing, etc., for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, let's copy it over here. And then let's upload this to the target. Before we do that, we'll craft our wget command. We have wget, right? I'm pretty sure we've used it already. 10, 127, 201, 191. LinPs. Was it LinPs fat.sh? Okay, here we go. And thank you very much for subscribing, Retro, on YouTube. Thank you very much. It's 5 o'clock in the morning here. Give me some slack. SysOS, are you really up at 5 o'clock in the morning watching cybersecurity live streams? That's hardcore. Okay, so let's download this thing. Connection refused. Connection refused. Oh, we didn't start the server. Okay, let's start the server. Okay, now the server started. Now we can download the thing. This is going to take a while. Good morning, friend, says James. Hello, nice to see ya. Lord Gaming, hello to you as well. Wow, jeez, so many European friends here. SysOS says I'm not up because of the stream. I have your stream up while I'm doing other things, which is why I am up. Not that I don't love your streams. Well, I mean, this is what I do with all the live streams as well. I keep them on in the background on my second monitor. I actually have 4 monitors in my setup, and I've run out of ports to connect to my video card. Otherwise, I get 6 monitors. Okay, we'll rename this LinPs fat. We'll call it the Shy Hat script. The Shy Hat user script. Okay, so nobody gets confused. And then we'll run the thing. Okay, so we'll make it executable first. Oh, we need to make it executable. Okay, and then we can run the script, right? Yeah. Let's do it. Let's find those vulnerabilities. Okay, so LinPs is a very popular privilege escalation script. It tries to look for security misconfigurations on the system that can be used to elevate your privileges, all that good stuff. Number monitor is not enough anymore. How long have you done this? BS email. Hello, nice to see you here. 3 monitors is not enough anymore. Well, I mean, Retro says get multiple reduction port cables. I mean, I'm kind of kidding about wanting to get more monitors. I think 4 is plenty enough for most of what I'm doing. I mean, I've got the live chat on like a single monitor with some other stuff. Okay, so we should pay attention to the colors here. So red, yellow means this is absolutely a privilege escalation vector. So we'll take a look at these two colors here. So red, yellow, and red. And Sir Broccoli must be a good guy. Okay, so Adrian says, my desktop is broken. Is it possible to learn fundamentals of hacking with the phone? Learn the fundamentals of hacking with the phone? I mean, what I'd recommend is either trying to get access to like a laptop computer. I wouldn't recommend using like, if you go to school, you could use public computers. You can't necessarily store anything on the public computers. Oh, there's a potentially vulnerable pseudo version. Let's keep track of that. Okay, so this information here, we're just going to record it under library edu.stf. All right, pseudo version priv esc priv esc question mark. Okay. Sick in the Mind says, my field of view is literally 140 degrees of just monitor. Okay, Retro says, all you really need is just one, maybe two, really 3 is already overkill. However, I have 3 also to fit all of my virtuals all over, so, I mean, hard to say. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Christian Velagas, thank you. BS email says, what do you recommend to start learning for any kind of hacking? Pretty new, but I got a PC. What do you recommend to start learning for any kind of hacking? Yeah, we've got a Get Into Cyber website over here. Check it out. If you can't click on the link, let me know. BS email. SysOS Master says, pseudo version 1911, affected by local privilege escalation vulnerability. Yeah, let me grab that CVE. Thank you, SysOS Master. Okay, so we'll just collect all of our potential privesc findings over here. Where are we? Here we go. So we're just gonna unmounted file systems. This looks weird. Santer says, if your GPU has an empty port, then it's not being used well. I mean, I'm not one to... Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree, because all of mine are filled. Pwn kit. So, let's see. We've got some CVE. Some, what is it? Linux kernel exploits. Alright, might as well throw them in. Okay, let's see. SysOS says I have one monitor with Twitch and machine sub, one with documentation, one with chat of the company, one with a VM, one with an IDE. Wait, how many is that? Is that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. I mean, I guess you really can't have too many monitors, huh? All right. So Baron Samdit 2. This is these are pretty serious vulnerabilities. You know, it's really pointing to the pseudo binary being vulnerable here. Just more monitors on the wish list, of course. BS email says, what would the objective of what you're doing right now be? So we're trying to figure out how to elevate our privileges, basically take our access from a low-level user to access of the super user. So this stuff is all from like 5 years ago, huh? I'm just recording the findings from our security testing script. Kernel modules loadable. Modules can be loaded. Might as well include this as well for fun. Right now we're doing some recon to see what exactly, well, what attack we should be doing. Oh man, this StarCraft music is so good. Processes with credentials in memory. Okay, so we need to. So Apache 2 process, MySQL process, Postgres process. I mean, if we're able to get root access to the machine, we should probably dump out credentials from these from these services right here. Apache as root, interesting. Apache, I mean, I think I've seen something like that before. I don't know if it's relevant here. But you know what? I'll take a look at I'll take a look at it later. Sometimes you're able to write files into then again, maybe not. Hold on. So capability, it's how you give the process more permissions as a start. Yeah, I mean, capabilities are definitely a way you could get privilege escalation. Let's see. Open process files by processes. Oh, another thing we should be checking for is cron jobs. So processes that are run on regular intervals. It's been a while since I've done a lot of extensive Linux hacking. Look at the HTML running the Apache. I think I might dive. Well, I mean, I might look for some credentials in the web directory a little later. So systemd versions and vulnerabilities. Let's record this. Services with writable paths. Apache 2 service uses relative path. Ooh. Okay. So Apache is kind of suspicious here as well. Okay, so Unix sockets analysis. It's all, well, it's all sorts of red. Huh. Ubuntu Advantage, desktop daemon running as root, potential privilege escalation vector. I don't think I've seen something like this before. I should at least record this. We'll just put this in our notes. Okay. Even more of this stuff. Power profiles daemon running as root. Potential privilege escalation vector. Okay. Well, let's record this as well then. There's just too much stuff to look at. Jeez. Okay, so Retro says, I don't know if it's running as sudos, but Apache can be running a file, which is the vulnerability built inside of it. Maybe try Burp Suite later on whatever is running behind the Apache. Okay, just weak user policy found. We got our interfaces. Let's just make sure that there are no additional network ranges. So this is, I'm pretty sure this is the regular one. Didev says, I haven't tried it, but if you try linpeas with the... Oh, what does that... So you're grepping for... What is that? What are those... Oh, you're looking for the color codes, right? That's interesting. Okay, so this is fine. So we are library.edu.stf. Okay. We've got our active ports over here. Localhost only, all this stuff. Universal firewall is not running. That's fine. Wrench, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Okay, internet access. This is stuff is available. Great. pkexec binary has SUID bit set. Let's record this. pkexec binary has SUID bit set. I mean, we could... We've got... If we have SUID with pkexec, then that might be the way. Let's go over to our good old friend GTFO bins and check. Wrench says, what is this terminal? So we're currently hacking on this platform right here. It's called Standoff 365. It's a Russian CTF platform. Oh, it's uncomplicated firewall. Sorry about that. I got that wrong. Okay, so GTFO bins, let's look for pkexec. pkexec shell. So this is sudo. This is sudo, not SUID. I mean, we could give this a shot too. What's the worst that can happen? It doesn't work? Alright. So any other red? Nope. Nope, nope, this is not the thing. it has SUID, it should do the same. It's not like I never get names wrong. There are there's too many acronyms in tech. There are too many acronyms in tech. I mean, it's almost as bad as the military. I hear the military is even worse. Okay. This looks fine. PHP exec extensions. What? What is a... Wow, Chips has just subscribed with Amazon Prime on sorry, what was it called? Twitch Prime on Twitch. Thank you very much. If you want to learn how to be cool, like our good friend Chips, you can find out how to link your Amazon Prime account to Twitch. Gives you 1 free subscription to a Twitch user of to a Twitch channel of your choice. And you know what, Chips? Let's give you a fun little video redeem. How about some all the things? Drink all the booze and hack all the things. Oh, we need to... It's all the things. All the things. There you go.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so let's continue. So server name, server alias. This these file permissions here they're lit up like a Christmas tree. It's just weird. I don't think there should be anything, but let's just move on. So, okay, PHP INI, okay, MariaDB. Retro, what is up? Oh, Retro says, you know dual core. Yeah, dual core. It's, well, I mean, it's a really great song. It's called All the Things by Dual Core. You can find it on YouTube. I'll give you the link. Oh, wow. Hold on. User password coming up? Maybe. Okay, so DB password. Oh, interesting. So, okay. So DB name, new BB. DB user, WP user. And we got DB password. So we can record this. We can try it with all of the other user accounts. Anime Gar Vitas. Hello, nice to see you here. We're trying to find ways to increase our privileges on the system we hacked into. Okay, so let's record this on our machine. So these are passwords. We don't know whose password this is. Well, we know that this is the database password, but it could be somebody else's password as well. So we'll just keep this in our back pocket. Okay, so let's see. Actually, we might as well record all this information here, just in case we want to get into the database. Where are we? Here. Okay. So this was located in the wp-config.php file. We could have manually investigated that file ourselves, but this is a lot easier for us. System connections. FTP files. I'm not too sure if that's the way we want to do it. Bash RC, profiles, Windows files. myconf. Uncommon password files. Retro says it could be misleading since I don't know what CTF you're currently on. Okay, Anime Garvit says, are you currently working for a company with all this knowledge? How much, with all this knowledge, how much can you earn? I mean, I'd say that if you're super interested in money, and money is your reason for getting into cybersecurity, don't get into cybersecurity. Retro says, it could be misleading. I don't know what CTF you're currently on. What are we asking about? Exactly 50 cents. So, Retro, I'm not too sure which message you're talking about. Oh, private SSH. Are there private SSH keys here? Possible private SSH keys were found. Okay, let's make a note of this. Let's continue. Some SSH config files were found. Yeah, I don't think we need to pay too much attention to this. The question above. Retro asks, you know dual core. You know dual core? Yeah, I mean I've listened to dual core before. The C60 what was his name? What is the name of the guy from dual core who works in cybersecurity? It was, so it's like C64 and the other one. What is the name of the tool that we're using right now? We're using Linpiece. Thank you very much, Booger. Wow, Booger. Thank you very much for the subscription with Twitch Prime. Much appreciated. Okay, so how do Linux users open Firefox? How do Linux users open Firefox? You just click on the little shortcut icon here. It's not too difficult. I pasted a link in the message, and I'm referring to... Oh, I don't think you're allowed to paste links in YouTube. You can do it in Twitch, but for some reason YouTube really doesn't like it when people post links in the chat. Oh, XDG open is another good answer. Yeah, thanks. Jeez, there's so much stuff to look through here. CapNet bind service. Let's see. Ping is usually going to be using these capabilities as well. How to configure the terminal theme like that? I'm pretty sure you can go over to Kali Linux and you can do theme. Appearance. So appearance, you can set it to high contrast or dark or light or whatever you want. So just go over to your search bar and type in appearance. Where is it? Here, and then you can set it up there. What is that, agent? What is that? Okay, so there's a known vulnerability in Telnet. I'm pretty sure there's no Telnet here, is there? They've got some other stuff pointing to pkexec. Okay, what's this? Unexpected and root swap file. Fando Funk, hello, nice to see you here. Silink says, sugar does the same thing to your brain as Coke. Does it? Dang, this is all red. Log files with potentially weak permissions. Okay. kind of want to get to the end of this. Okay, we're done. We're done. Finally, we're done. Okay, let's investigate the first vulnerability first, the pkexec one. So if we're able to run pkexec with SUID, then we could potentially get like a root terminal like this. Choose identity to authenticate as. Darn. I don't think we can do it like this. Unfortunate. This incident is reported. pkexec or sudo would be my first candidate. Prefer privlesk. Yeah, I don't think we can run pkexec like that. We need sudo. Okay, let's just go down the list. So we'll just get rid of this. pkexec version. This version of pkexec as well, huh? Let's check. So we'll look for vulnerabilities over here. Shrey. Hello, nice to see you here. Where can I download this? What are you trying to download? pkexec, this version? Nope. I mean, we could also look for this on the good old internet. Over here. Okay, pwn kit, policy kit. All right. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Mr. Different Hacker is subscribed on YouTube, though. Thank you very much, Mr. Different Hacker. Much appreciated. Okay, so we're going to be... Well, we've run out of time. I'm going to probably do a little bit more poking around after the stream is over, but let's talk about what we can... when we're going to be broadcasting next. So in a couple of days, we're going to do another broadcast. So today is our Wednesday stream. We also do a stream on Friday. And this Friday we're going to be taking a look at, well, reverse engineering and binary hacking over at pwnable.kr. It's a pretty popular game. And yeah, so we're going to take a look at that on Friday. We're also going to be doing some coding. Wow, I do coding. So Python is my language of choice. I don't code very well, I wouldn't say, but we do like to solve some easy coding challenges every once in a while. We're going to be doing some web app challenge demos, so we're going to teach you how to do some very easy, take advantage of some very easy web app vulnerabilities, as well as taking a look at a new challenge called Vulnix Store. Okay, let's code for the lulz. I like to vibe code. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so Retro says whatever potentially runs on sudo or could be running sudo could be a vulnerability. True, very true. So yeah, so next stream is going to be on Friday, so the same time as today, but yeah, 2 days from now. So let's find somebody that we can raid into. There's a really awesome list of people who do infosec streams. It's called infosecstreams.com. You can find it over here. And everybody who's interested in getting into hacking, get into cyber, take a look at this website. So it's called Play Dual Core Forever, great song. Thank you, thank you. I'm a big fan. Alex Butterfield, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you. So we got BlazeBits. They've got a YouTube channel. They also have a Twitch channel. We'll raid into BlazeBits' channel. Just a second. Let's see what they're doing. Okay, so they are doing news. BlazeBit says, hack the planet, cybersecurity news and Q&A. Okay, so we're going to be visiting this channel in just a bit. If you could give this message when we raid into the channel, I would really appreciate it. It's OS Frog, Hip Hop Hack, OS Frog. Okay, and let's start the raid. Hack the planet, that's what we do. Let's see. So raid, blaze bits. Alright everybody, are you ready to raid? We'll be back on Friday, but everybody have a great rest of the week until Friday. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. I mean, happy birthday. See you later, guys.